Chapter 718. Half a month after the incident on the imperial list, Emperor Zhao Qing left a group of close officials behind and moved to the Hall of Peace to discuss politics. The main topic was to discuss the attack on Wei Nation. When it was almost noon, the palace servants waiting outside the hall suddenly heard a crisp sound coming from the inner cabinet. It was the sound of porcelain shattering. To be able to smash things inside, one could imagine who it was. One by one, the palace servants lowered their heads even lower, afraid that the emperor would lose his temper and vent his anger on them. Not long after, Prime Minister Yin and the great Tiao Dian came out one after the other, followed by a few loyal officials, exchanged glances outside the hall, one after another left in silence. Seeing that it was mealtime, the little eunuch of the catering department looked around and finally saw Eunuch Ying, the chief steward, coming out of the hall. Seeing him, he waved his hand and hurried to greet him with a smile. "Grandpa Ying, has His Majesty served the meal?" Enjuping glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Go back and tell Eunuch's son to prepare a few appetizers. Don't touch anything that might cause heat." The little eunuch was clever and knew that Emperor Zhao Qing was in a bad mood. He couldn't help but look into the Hall of Peace and vaguely saw a figure kneeling by the door. The figure was dressed in red and purple court clothes, indicating that this person was of high status and power. Before he could take a second look, Enjuping saw him and slammed his finger on his forehead, scolding in a low voice, "What are you looking at? Do you want to die? Get out of here." After driving the bold little thing away, Enjuping turned his head and sighed. Looking at the scene in the hall, he resigned to his fate and walked back. Xue Lingnan had angered the emperor in the imperial study. Emperor Zhao Qing had smashed a cup and punished him to kneel for an hour. This matter had spread to the back palace before dark. Although women in the back palace were not allowed to interfere in politics, the powerful concubines had spies in the court in order to fight for favor. When the news reached Yongla Palace, concubine Yin Shu heard it and smiled. She rewarded the little eunuch with 2 golden leaves on the spot and then left, leaving only her wet nurse Nanny Chiu to talk. "Let's see how long that bitch can be arrogant." Needless to say, that bitch, in concubine Shu's words, was referring to the pregnant noble consort Xue. Nanny Chiu said with a smile, "The good days of Zhongsui Palace are coming to an end." Looking at the situation, Prime Minister Xue's country was really at the end of its days. "We just caught a wanted criminal of the imperial court, but that young Master Xue mysteriously disappeared without a trace. His Majesty is wise and wise. No matter how much he dotes on the imperial concubine, he will not bring the favor of the harem into the imperial court." As a matter of fact, Prime Minister Xue has been thunderstruck. It is clear that His Majesty wants to punish the Xue family severely and will not let them off. Consort Yin Shu sat on the couch. Playing with a bunch of red leaves in the vase, Zhuangli's face was filled with a harsh expression that didn't match her appearance. Up until now, no one in the know has leaked the details. What exactly did the Xue family do? If they are suspected of disobedience, that would be for the best. His Majesty will not tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. Once the Xue family collapses, what does the 9th prince have to compete with Aheng? Prince of Ninglu House childhood name was Heng. Consort Shu's proudest moment in her life was not being the emperor's concubine, but giving birth to such a promising prince. Emperor Zhao Qing did not lack sons. Not counting those who died of illness or premature deaths, there were still the 4th prince, the 7th prince, the 9th prince, the 11th prince, and the 12th prince. The youngest, the 16th prince, was only 4 years old. There were many princes, but the good and the bad were intermingled. For example, the 4th prince and the 11th prince had been exiled due to their mistakes and had long lost hope of inheriting the throne. Among the remaining princes, only the 9th prince, Lu Tan, who was also titled as a prince, had the ability to compete with Lu Hao. Lu Tan's greatest support was the Xue family. Without the Xue family, he would not be a threat. At that time, Lu Hao would definitely be the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. Consort Shu was not good at competing for favor. She was not muddle-headed when it came to the throne. Nyang Nyang, should this servant send someone to Zhongcui Palace to fan the air? Chiu Mama suggested. Noble Consort Shue's pregnancy was unstable. If she heard the slightest movement, it was hard to guarantee that her body wouldn't be frightened. Consort Shu furrowed her brow. She thought and shook her head. No. The Holy One values this child. If she miscarries, we have to take care of her even more. This has nothing to do with us. We should just sit and watch the show. There is no need to find trouble. Chiu Mama had raised her since she was little. She knew that she was stubborn and didn't urge her to do anything unnecessary. Therefore, after a night passed, there was no movement in Zhongcui Palace that wasn't far from here. But in Rui Empress Wu Perching Palace, there was someone who hadn't slept the entire night waiting to hear the news. At daybreak, the mistress got up and went in to report. Nyang Nyang, Zhongcui Palace was uneventful the entire night. Rui Empress sat in front of the gold-plated phoenix mirror that was half the height of a person and was dressing. The immaculate mirror reflected her furrowed brow. This caused the palace maid who was putting on her hair to lighten her movements and be even more careful. Consort Shu has grown an eye. The head Taijian of the imperial kitchen was from Wu Perching Palace. Today, the emperor was angry in Calm Peace Hall. She was the first to hear and then leaked it to Changlu Palace. Who would have thought that Consort Shu was able to keep her composure and didn't go and cause trouble for noble Consort Shui? Consort Shu naturally didn't fit Empress Rui's plans. She was jealous that Consort Shu had a promising son and also envied noble Consort Shui's unfailing imperial favor. She wanted the two to fight so she could sit back and reap the benefits. It was a pity that noble Consort Shui was pregnant and the emperor was watching closely. She couldn't openly provoke the two. Then let's wait and see. Something had happened to the Shui family, but Rui Empress wasn't worried. If the ninth prince didn't have the chance to inherit the throne, then there was only Ning Wang left. Ning Wang. Rui Empress murmured, and a cold smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. An imperial son who had plotted to kill his own sister, what virtue did he have to enter the Eastern Palace? The Book of Great Earth for November hadn't been drawn up yet when Yushu received a summons from the palace. Noble Consort Shui wanted to see her. She wasn't surprised, but she wasn't sure how much noble Consort Shui had heard of what was happening outside. On the way into the palace, Yushu pondered what she should say and what she shouldn't say when she saw the person later. It had been over a month since she had last entered the palace. When she saw noble Consort Shui again, she felt different. Calculating, noble Consort Shui had been pregnant for 4 months. In the fall, she wore 2 more layers of clothing so her belly couldn't be seen. But the loose style didn't show the slender waist of a young girl. She hadn't put on any makeup and her skin was still snow white and translucent. Only the outline of her eyebrows was faintly drawn. It was less beautiful and more delicate. She sat with her knees bent on a carpet filled with green chrysanthemums. When she looked back, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Femme fatale, these words suddenly popped up in Yushu's mind. Sit. Noble Consort Shui didn't beat around the bush with Yushu. When they met, she directly asked, Qingbai disappeared, right? With just this one sentence, Yushu knew that she couldn't hide it from her. She must have heard everything that could be heard. With a bitter face, Yushu said, he went to Fenghua Manor to handle a case. He stayed at the post house and disappeared the next day. Noble Consort Shui sighed and said, since I'm pregnant, they've been hiding it from me. With such a big matter happening at home, they didn't even send anyone to the palace to send a message. They actually don't know what the situation is like outside the palace. You're a sensible person and I didn't treat you as an outsider. If you hear anything, why don't you let me know? This was another person trying to find out what was going on. Yushu muttered in her heart. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, she and Shui Rui were like siblings and bosom buddies. Otherwise, why would they all think that she knew the inside story when Shui Rui disappeared? She knew a lot of the inside story, but she couldn't tell anyone even if she was beaten to death. Yushu didn't hesitate and answered, "Since your highness has asked, I'll tell you what I have to say. First, I'm as confused as you are about the matter of the imperial notices. I only know that a chief steward of the Prime Minister's residence, Suli, was captured and brought to the Supreme Court for interrogation. The reason is that it's related to the 2 murder cases that happened in LoveLore Library. Next, there's the matter of Brother Shue's disappearance. For no reason at all, it happened at this critical juncture. There are rumors that he ran away, but I don't believe them at all. I am the clearest about my eldest brother's character, so I suspect that he was kidnapped by some traitor in order to make an issue of the Emperor's wanted list, so that people would suspect that Prime Minister Shue's residence really did something big. Originally, there were groundless rumors, but they were also made to look 70 to 80% real. She couldn't tell noble consort Shue the inside story, but she could analyze it with her. After hearing this, noble consort Shue's expression turned cold. She bit her tongue and asked quietly, "Then who do you think is making things difficult for the Shui family?" Yushu tilted her head slightly to avoid her gaze. "I can't say. However, Your Highness, don't worry. There's no real evidence. Just rumors and slander can't be considered guilty. The innocent will be innocent. There's no need to worry." How could noble consort Shui not know who was stirring up trouble? She didn't need to say anything. She turned around to comfort her, so noble consort Shui couldn't keep asking. She stared at her for a moment, and her expression relaxed. She smiled slightly and said, "Good child, after hearing what you said, I feel much more at ease." Then, she asked about the Book of the Universe, but she didn't encourage her to take the opportunity to take brides. After chatting for a while, she had the chief palace maid personally see her off. After leaving Zhongsue Palace, Yushu walked on the narrow path. The palace maid leading the way in front didn't see the sneer that flashed across her face. From the beginning to the end, noble consort Shui didn't express any concern about Shui Rui's safety. Even when Yushu clearly told her that Shui Rui had been captured, she didn't ask a single question. Did she forget to mention it, or was she really not worried? After leaving the palace, Yushu didn't return to the Celestial Commissioner. Instead, she returned home. She closed the door to her room and didn't want anyone to disturb her. She calmed down and asked for her divination. After seeing noble consort Shui, she felt an indescribable anxiety in her heart. Originally, she was sure that Shui Rui's life was not in danger. It was obvious that his relatives didn't care about him at all. It was as if it didn't matter whether he was dead or alive. What was important was that he didn't drag them down. However, for her, the power and wealth of the entire Shui family were not as important as the safety of Shui Rui. Ever since she got the news that Shui Rui was missing, she had been forcing herself not to let her imagination run wild and lose her mind. That was because she was afraid that she couldn't help but plan for the worst. What if Shui Rui was in danger? Yushu stayed in the quiet room that was specially made for divination from day to night. She didn't know the Eye of the 4 lines, so she couldn't use the 6-line strange technique to divine the whereabouts of Shui Rui. Also, because of the blind spot of the law of time of calamity, she couldn't divine what disaster Shui Rui had encountered, let alone who took him away. In the end, there was still no beginning or end. With red eyes, she crumpled the paper in her hand into a ball. The string that had been stretched taut in her mind almost snapped. She hated herself for being powerless. Every time she encountered any trouble or got into trouble, Shui Rui would stand up for her at the first possible moment, and when it was his turn to be in trouble, she could only wait helplessly like this. It's all my fault for not being good enough. If I had a third of Master Qing Zheng's ability, I wouldn't have to worry about this now. Yu Shu blamed herself secretly. She was lost in thought as she looked at the small green stove in the middle of the table where smoke was curling up. The fragrance of tihuo lingered around her body continuously. She didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, she came to her senses and said, "Eh." She seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. How could I forget him? She couldn't find Qing Zheng for help. Wasn't there still Yunhua? In the beginning, Yunhua and she agreed that if she helped him find his long-lost eldest son, he would lend her the book of fantasy fairy 6 Ren so that she could find him after she succeeded. He left her a secret code for communication. And this secret code was the name of the Suzhou magistrate who might know the whereabouts of Yunhua's eldest son. As long as she found Yunhua's informant somewhere in Anling City and told this secret code to the other party, then the other party would take her to see Yunhua. Yu Shu was not worried about how to persuade Yunhua to help after seeing him. The most important thing now was to find out who was the Suzhou magistrate more than 20 years ago. To avoid being exposed, she entrusted this matter to Shui Rui and asked him to send someone to the south to inquire about the exact news. Now that something had happened to Shui Rui, she couldn't wait any longer. After dinner, Yu Shu put on her casual clothes and rode out the door. With the emperor's informant following behind her, it was inconvenient for her to move. So she went to Wangji Tower and found someone to act on her behalf. The people in Wangji Tower were all people that Shui Rui trusted. The few assistants were all skilled, even Ah Xiang and Ah Ping, who were in charge of cleaning, were no exception. Although Shui Rui was not there, this group of people listened to her. She sent the inconspicuous Ah Xiang to General Feng's mansion to find Feng Zhaomiao. In his opinion, Shui Rui's friends who called each other brothers. In his opinion, only Feng Zhaomiao could be trusted and talked to. Ah Xiang had been gone for less than an hour, and he had already invited them back. Feng Zhaomiao quietly came in from the back door. Yu Shu was waiting for him in the courtyard. When she saw him, she quickly let him into the house. She closed the door and asked someone to guard outside. "Lotus Room, you asked me to come here in such a hurry. Is there news about my brother Rui?" Feng Zhaomiao asked anxiously without waiting for Yu Shu to speak. Yu Shu shook her head and saw his disappointed expression. At least she helped Shui Rui get revenge. At least there was still someone who remembered him. "Zhaomiao, I want to ask you for a favor. Don't be so polite. Just tell me what you want." Feng Zhaomiao thought that he and Shui Rui had a life-and-death relationship. He saw how Shui Rui treated Yu Shu. "Do you know anyone in the Ministry of Personnel?" "Ministry of Personnel?" Feng Zhaomiao was confused. "I know someone in the Ministry of Personnel." "What are you doing?" "I want you to help me find out who was the magistrate of Suzhou about 21 or 22 years ago." "Suzhou magistrate?" Feng Zhaomiao tilted his neck and muttered. Yu Shu saw his strange look and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is it hard to find out?" "Oh, no. I just remembered that Uncle Shui used to be this official." Feng Zhaomiao's words were shocking. Yu Shu didn't react and asked him, "Which Shui?" "It's brother Rui's father." Feng Zhaomiao's words woke her up. Yu Shu heard her heart thumping. All kinds of suspicions suddenly came into her mind. "Really? Did you remember wrong?" She pretended to be calm and questioned him. Feng Zhaomiao said with certainty, "Tisk, how can I remember wrong? Uncle Shui was like my father's brother when he was young. Although he passed away early, I often heard my father mention him since I could remember. Sometimes he would cry when he drank too much. I remember my father said a few times that Uncle Shui was released to Suzhou and became the magistrate of Suzhou for a few years. Because of that, the two of them were separated and couldn't meet often." "Do you remember which year he was in office?" Yu Shu's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She wanted to hear the answer from Feng Xiaomiao's mouth, but she was also afraid to hear the answer. Feng Xiaomiao stretched out his palm and counted his fingers. After a while, he confirmed, "Well, it should be the 9th to 12th year of Baotai." Yu Shu blinked. After a short moment of stiffness, she laughed with Feng Xiaomiao, "That's not it. I want to know which magistrate was in office during the 4th to 6th years of Zhaoqing." In order to prevent Feng Xiaomiao from seeing through her, she picked up the teacup in her hand and wanted to cover it up, but her fingers could not help but tremble. Fortunately, Feng Xiaomiao was careless and did not notice any clues. "I thought it was something difficult. It turns out that you just want to find out about someone." Feng Xiaomiao patted his chest. "Leave it to me. Just wait for the news." Yu Shu did not forget to remind him, "This is my private matter. You must not leak it." Feng Xiaomiao promised her and told her not to worry. He was an honest person. If Yu Shu did not mention why she wanted to find out about such a person, he would not ask in detail. After a cup of tea, Yu Shu watched Feng Xiaomiao leave through the back door. Then, she sat alone by the small pond in the backyard and was in a daze. Without warning, the clue that Yunhua left for her would point directly to Shui Rui's father. She used her brain to think about it. Feng Xiaomiao clearly remembered that Shui Rui's father was once the magistrate of Suzhou. How could Shui Rui not know? He clearly knew who the person she wanted to find out about was, but he hid the truth from her and stalled for time. What for? There was an answer in her heart that was about to come out, but she could not believe it no matter what. A gust of night wind blew the lanterns hanging under the eaves. The light and shadow in front of her opened and closed, just like her messy mood. Yu Shu sat up from the marble bricks. The cold slate made her legs numb. She sniffed and returned to her room with her arms crossed. The next day, when Shaoan, who had been absent from work recently, came to the Celestial Commissioner's office. He was shocked to see Yu Shu. He saw that her eyes were bloodshot, and there were dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes were swollen. He thought that she was poisoned. Yu Shu waved her hand and explained before he could ask, "I got blinded by the wind yesterday. I didn't sleep well last night. Don't think too much." In fact, she had inhaled too much Tihu and had sequelae. She couldn't sleep at night, and she had something on her mind. She stared at her eyes until dawn. That was why she became like this. "Then go in and lie down. There are no classes in the study today. I'll stay here the entire day. If there's anything you need to do, just let me know." Yu Shu didn't feel sleepy at all, but with her present state, she couldn't do anything, so she told him. She turned and went into the cubicle to rest. She thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep, but not long after she laid down, she drifted into the land of dreams. She slept until noon without anyone disturbing her. When she woke up again, she was full of energy. But she didn't think that delay was waiting for her in front. Darren, this subordinate, was walking around the prison this morning and heard a matter. Su Qing came back and reported to her. Yu Shu sat under the window, holding the donkey roast meat that Wen Shaoan had sent someone to buy from the busy streets. She chewed on the soft meat as she nodded for him to speak. "I heard that Ning Wang Fu gave birth to a little imperial grandson. It seems to be the child of a concubine, so there wasn't much of a commotion when washing Xian, But that is Ning Wang Ye's first son, so many people are talking about it." Hearing such gossip, Yu Shu didn't think much of it at the time. In the middle of the afternoon, Jing Chen silently came. "Come with me." He came in from outside. When he passed by her door, he stopped for a moment. After saying this, he went upstairs. Yu Shu couldn't see anything from his expression, but her intuition told her that it wasn't a good thing. She put down the documents in her hands and went to Jing Chen's room on the second floor. She closed the door behind her. "Why did you come at this time?" Yu Shu asked. Jing Chen, the temporary right commander, didn't have any desire for power. If he didn't want to see her, he wouldn't come if he didn't have to. Jing Chen didn't waste words with her and got straight to the point. The emperor wants to investigate the Shui family. Yu Shu frowned and said, "Isn't it already being investigated?" That Governor Su had been taken away for half a month and he still hadn't been released after being interrogated. Jing Chen shook his head. It was clear that she didn't understand what he meant. He could only say it more clearly. The Great Advisor has interrogated Su Li and used torture, but nothing came out. I think that Su Li really doesn't know anything, but the Shui family is still very suspicious. What do you mean? The Great Advisor secretly investigated the murder case. He suspected that the murderer who killed Zhan Shuiyuan was an old servant from the LoveLore Library. But after Su Li was taken to the Supreme Court, that old servant disappeared. Jing Chen solemnly said, "Su Li insisted that when I was in danger last year, he was escorting Brother Shui back to the capital. If the emperor wants to investigate, he has already secretly ordered to bring Brother Shui back and interrogate him." Coincidentally, Brother Shui disappeared at this time, which increased the emperor's suspicion. He increasingly suspected that the Shui family has disloyal intentions. After yesterday's morning court, the emperor used the issue of sending troops to Wei country to provoke Prime Minister Shui and the Tai and Hole. Out of character, the emperor ordered him to suspend the meeting and go home to reflect on his mistakes. Although Yu Shu had already predicted this, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she heard that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. "I saw the Great Advisor this morning and heard from him that last night, the emperor secretly sent someone to the Shui family to take away several people and put them in prison for interrogation in the Supreme Court. This morning, the emperor sent an oral order to Guo Huai, the minister of the Supreme Court. He said that Brother Shui, as the minister of the Supreme Court, neglected his duty and left his post without permission. Therefore, he was suspended from his post and investigated." Bad news came one after another. Yu Shu suddenly realized what Jing Chen meant when he said, "The emperor wants to investigate the Shui family." First, he found an excuse to block Shui Lingnan outside the palace gate. Then, he came late at night to take him away without giving him a chance to defend himself. Finally, he suspended Shui Rui, whose whereabouts were unknown, for investigation. This series of actions made people unable to resist. Emperor Zhao Qing's swift and decisive means could be imagined that once the Shui family was found to have traces of rebellion, he would not be lenient. Seeing Yu Shu's changing expression, Jing Chen wanted to say something but stopped himself. He was afraid that she would be angry if he asked. However, he was really suspicious and had to ask, "Do you still believe that Brother Shui is innocent?" If Shui Rui hadn't disappeared, he would have been in prison by now. Thinking about it this way, rather than saying that he was held hostage, Jing Chen believed that he was more likely to be in hiding. She believed that Shui Rui was innocent and was implicated. This worried Jing Chen. He was afraid that she would be used by others. Yu Shu was trying to figure out Emperor Zhao Qing's thoughts when she suddenly heard him change the topic and ask about this. She was startled. The worry on her face disappeared. Her clear, black and white almond-shaped eyes stared straight into people's hearts. "I don't dare to say whether the Shui family has the intention to rebel or not, but I dare to guarantee with my head that my brother is innocent. P.S. Chapter 719. There were many small villages and towns in the capital region. 10 miles north of the capital, there was a nameless village. There were more than a dozen families in the village. They were all farmers who worked from sunrise to sunset. Who would have thought that Shui Rui, whose disappearance had caused an uproar in the capital, was now trapped in this small village? Half a month ago, he was handling a case in Fenghua Mansion and temporarily stayed at the post house. On the night that Yu Shu sent someone to inform him, a man quietly broke into his lodgings. With just one sentence, he took the initiative to leave with the man. The man said, "If you want to know who killed your adoptive father, come with me." It was not that he was not cautious enough, but there were very few people in the world who knew that he was not Shuezeo's biological son. Even if he knew it was a trap, he could not remain indifferent. Moreover, the man was very skilled. Even if he refused to go with him, he would certainly have other ways to take him away. Moreover, Yushu sent someone here. If he disappeared for no reason, she would be the first to know the details of his disappearance. Based on their tacit understanding, she would know the details of his disappearance. First, there were no signs of fighting in the room, and second, no one was alarmed. She would definitely guess that he was not in danger of death. Shuerui thought that he had considered everything, but he had miscalculated the importance he held in Yushu's heart. It would be fine if he disappeared for 3 to 5 days, but there was no news of him for half a month. How could she remain calm and not be affected by her emotions? It was a small farmhouse yard surrounded by earthen walls. There were 3 rooms in the yard. The west room was the kitchen, the central room was the sleeping quarters, and the east end was a thatched hut, next to the barn, where a donkey was kept and a horse was hitched. After that person lured Shuerui out of Radiant Phoenix Estate, he brought Shuerui to this small village, and Shuerui ate and lived in this small courtyard. That person didn't restrict Shuerui from moving about, and it was only when Shuerui went out to handle some matters would the person politely invite Shuerui into the house to wait. One day, the man took the donkey out again in the morning. Right now, Shuerui was locked in the central room. The door was locked from the outside. There were 2 mud windows in the wall of the room. They were about half an arm wide and could let in the air and light. But people couldn't crawl out. Shuerui placed a stool under the earthen window. He had nothing to do, so he looked at the world outside the courtyard and pondered. A few days ago, he tried to break the door, but when he split open the door and found that it was wrapped in stone, he gave up on the idea of escaping. More than 10 days had passed, and he was well aware of his situation. He had also roughly guessed the purpose of the person who imprisoned him. To be precise, they did not want to imprison him, but to prevent him from returning to the capital. If he did not know what had happened in the capital, he would have been kept in the dark. Coincidentally, the messenger sent by Yushu was ahead of him. This was not difficult to deduce. The snort of a donkey came from outside the door. The man returned. The donkey was carrying a bulging backpack. It was unclear what he had bought. "Lord Shue, I'm back." Jin-ko unloaded the backpack from the donkey and quickly walked to the front of the house. He freed his hands to unlock the door and greeted Shuerui, who was sitting by the window. He did not treat him like a prisoner, but more like a guest. He pushed open the thick door, and it immediately lit up. Shuerui saw Jin-ko walk in, put down half of the things, and hurriedly carry the other half to the next room to start a fire. He was not worried that Jin-ko would take the opportunity to escape. Shuerui got up and followed. Jin-ko was chopping the lamb bones. He rolled up his sleeves and chopped with great force. There was a meticulous expression on his face. He looked up at Shuerui, who was standing by the door of the kitchen with his arms crossed. He chuckled at Shuerui with an indiscernible fawning look. He explained, "I ran into some trouble on the way back, so I came back late. I saw that you didn't touch the pancake on the table. You probably found it too dry and hard to chew. It's fine. Let's eat meat tonight. I'll stew some mutton soup for you. I guarantee it will be delicious. Oh, I bought some clean clothes from town. Go try them on and see if they fit." Shuerui did not respond. He turned around and returned to his room with a silent face. Jin-ko used his wrist to wipe away the blood on the tip of his nose. He muttered to himself, "It's already the 5th day. He doesn't care about me or ask me. Why do I feel so uneasy?" In the evening, the mutton soup was ready and served on the table. Jin-ku saw Shui Rui walk in from outside and filled a big bowl for him. He saw that Shui Rui had changed into a set of greenish-gray clothes, and his hair was half wet. Shui Rui sat calmly in front of him with a pair of chopsticks in his left hand. He slowly stirred the soup in half a circle, and his posture inadvertently made him look like the person Jin-ku respected the most in his heart. For a moment, Jin-ku forgot about the fragrant mutton in front of him and only stared at him. That was until Shui Rui looked up and gave him a sharp look. Jin-ku looked embarrassed and tried to strike a conversation. "You're not used to living in such a remote place, right?" "I'm not used to living here." "When did he ask you to let me go?" He didn't expect that Shui Rui would speak up for the first time. Jin-ku didn't even have the time to feel overwhelmed by the unexpected favor before he realized that something was wrong. Shui Rui's sudden attack caused him to be unable to react in time. Shui Rui did not wait for him to answer. He put down his chopsticks and stared at Jin-ku with his dark eyes as if he had seen through everything. "You don't need to play dumb with me anymore. I already know who ordered you to lure me here. Go back and tell him that no matter what his purpose is, let me go back to the capital as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will never see him again." Jin-ku was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. He could not tell if he was lying or not. After all, since he'd taken Shui Rui away from Fenghua Estate half a month ago until today, he hadn't revealed a single word of his background, so how did Shui Rui discern an inkling? Seeing that Jin-ku did not believe him, Shui Rui smiled coldly. He only said one sentence: "Return to the princess's tomb." There were only a few people who knew about his background. This person had asked him to stay away from the capital before the Shui family was in trouble. Obviously, he had expected it. Originally, he had suspected that someone was targeting the Shui family. However, Jin-ku's humble attitude towards him made him have other guesses. In August of this year, he, Yushu, and Jing-chen went to the princess's tomb to worship. In a secluded place in the countryside of Enchanting, they met Mr. Yenya, who had concealed his identity. Later, it was proven that Mr. Yenya was Yunhua Yi, who faked his death 20 years ago. After returning to the capital, Shui Rui accidentally learned the truth from Yushu. It turned out that Yunhua Yi's other long-lost son was him. Yunhua and Yushu had a private agreement. He asked her to help him find the whereabouts of his eldest son and left her a clue. He asked her to investigate a Suzhou magistrate who was in office during the Baotai period. In fact, that magistrate was Shui Rui's adoptive father, Shui Zhao. From this, it could be seen that Yunhua had an ulterior motive. He asked Yushu not to find someone for him. Instead, he had already decided that Shui Rui was his father. He could not recognize him directly, so he borrowed Yushu's mouth to tell Shui Rui. He asked him to choose whether he wanted to recognize his father or not. If he guessed correctly, the martial arts brother that Zhao Xiaozhu mentioned was Jin-ku, and the one who asked Jin-ku to bring him to this small mountain village to hide was undoubtedly Yunhua. Shui Rui's sudden revelation made Jin-ku speechless. The two of them ate the meal without tasting anything. That night, Shui Rui was lying on the simple and crude wooden bed with his clothes on. When he was half asleep, he heard the sound of the chain on the door rubbing against each other. He did not need to open his eyes to know that Jin-ku had left quietly. Jin-ku traveled quickly through the night. At dawn, he arrived at a small town with a population of less than 100 households. He stopped at the back door of a house on North Street. Hearing the knock on the door, Zhao Xiaozhu yawned and came out to answer the door. With a pair of sleepy eyes, he complained, "It's so early in the morning, and the sky is not even bright yet. Big brother, if you don't sleep, others will." Jin-ku did not have the time to listen to his nonsense. He pushed Zhao Xiaozhu's head away with his big palm and entered the house. He asked in a low voice, "When did foster father sleep last night?" "He slept before the third night watch period." When Jin Ke heard this, he went forward and knocked on the door without hesitation. "Foster father, there's an emergency." Without waiting for him to say it a second time, the lights in the house lit up. Then, there was a short ding of the bell. Jin Ke turned his head and gave Xiao Xiaozhu, who was following behind him, a look to ask him to wait outside. He pushed the door open and entered alone. Yunhua was sitting on the edge of the bed with a smock draped over his shoulders. He bent over to reach the teapot on the small wooden table. A strand of white hair hung down from his shoulders. The hazy candlelight revealed his age at this moment. Jin Ke's eyes were wet. He strode forward. He took the teapot from Yunhua's hands and half squatted in front of the bed to serve tea. He was born in the north. His father was a Mongolian officer who invaded Yang City, and his mother was a pitiful singer. Half of the blood of the barbarians flowed in his body. He struggled in humiliation since he was a child and bore the brand of a slave. He witnessed his birth mother being trampled by a group of ruffian soldiers, but he had to beg for mercy to survive. He hated the world, and he hated himself even more. He hated that he could not die, but he was lucky enough to live. If he had not met his foster father, who gave him a chance to choose to escape from the abyss of suffering, he would probably continue to live a despicable life, a life worse than death. A palm fell on his shoulder, and Jin Ke was pulled back to reality from his brief memories. He raised his head and saw his foster father's questioning gaze. He suppressed his emotions, straightened his body, and said, "My younger brother noticed. He guessed where I came from and asked me to bring a message to you." Yunhua's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and patted his shoulder, indicating for him to continue. "My younger brother said that he wants to go back to the capital and asked you to let him go." Shui Rui's original words were not so gentle. Jin Ke certainly would not copy his words and use them to stab his foster father in the heart. Yunhua's eyes flashed. He raised 3 fingers and made another gesture. "You want me to send him back to the capital after 3 days?" Jin Ke understood, but he did not understand why Yunhua made such a decision. "You have already calculated that the Shui family is facing imminent disaster. If he takes the risk to return to the capital at this time, he will most likely die. Why don't you let me explain it to him? I think my younger brother is a reasonable person. If he knows that foster father is doing this for his own good, he will not blame you wrongly." Yunhua shook his head and said in sign language, "The Shui family raised him, and he will not easily give it up. In the end, he must put an end to this." Jin Ke pursed his lips tightly, and it seemed that he did not agree with Yunhua's decision. Although he and Shui Rui were brothers with different surnames and had only known each other for a short half a month, he had followed Yunhua for more than 10 years and often felt his fatherly love and guilt for his son. He felt that he had replaced Shui Rui and enjoyed Yunhua's love and care for many years. He had long vowed in his heart that if he found his younger brother one day, he would repay him double. Now that he was asked to send Shui Rui to walk into a trap, how could he be willing to do so? "Are you not going to meet your younger brother?" Yunhua sighed softly. If he did not avenge his wife's death and his son's death, he would not be able to face his own flesh and blood. Jin Ke scrutinized his expression and suddenly knelt down. He pleaded, "Foster father, please allow me to stay by my younger brother's side and protect him." Yunhua knew that he was passionate. He hesitated for a moment and placed his left hand on his shoulder, silently agreeing. Then, he told him a few things and asked him to go out and bid farewell to Xiao Xiaozhu. Just when the capital was in turmoil because of the Shui family's change, the imperial court made another big move. In the last 10 days of the 14th year of Zhao Qing, Emperor Zhao Qing decided to send troops to conquer the island of Japan. He drafted 6 edicts to deploy troops, and the first edict was to appoint Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying, as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Expedition. The courtiers who originally disagreed with Prince Dongjing's decision to lead the army chose to remain silent after Shui Lingnan was suspended from his post and grounded. Everyone was worried for their own safety. On the day of the edict, Madame Wei heard the news. She, who was very sensitive to politics, smelled a conspiracy. She immediately sent someone to find her daughter who was wandering outside. "Mother, why are you in such a hurry to find me?" Jiang Mia was reluctantly brought back. Madame Wei asked her, "You don't come home all day. What are you busy with outside? Didn't you hear that the Shui family is in trouble? Shui Daolang has been missing for a few days." "I'm looking for him everywhere," Jiang Mia said worriedly. Madame Wei had heard about it long ago. After all, her son and Shui Rui were brothers. She couldn't be completely unconcerned. However, in the imperial capital, her every move was restricted by others. She couldn't ask about it personally, but she didn't stop Jiang Mia from looking for him everywhere. However, after today, it would be another matter. "From this moment onwards, you are not allowed to go out without my permission," Madame Wei warned her sternly. "Mother." Jiang Mia widened her eyes and refused to comply. "Shui Daolang and I owe him a debt of gratitude. Since young, you taught me to repay a debt of gratitude. Now that his family is in trouble, aren't we being ungrateful wolves if we just stand by and watch?" She talked back without thinking. Madame Wei laughed angrily and slapped her on the head. She scolded in a low voice, "You only know that he is in prison. Do you know that our family is also in trouble?" Jiang Mia was stunned. She was immediately silenced and asked, "Mother, why do you say that? Is the emperor going to make things difficult for our Jiang family again?" Madame Wei's face darkened. This child wasn't stupid and immediately hit the nail on the head. This matter was of great importance. She didn't hide it, but she was afraid that she couldn't explain it clearly now. This silly daughter was causing trouble behind her back again. Thus, she told Jiang Mia about Emperor Zhaoqing appointing Jiang Huaying as the Great Marshal of the Eastern Punitive Expedition to attack Wei Nation. Jiang Mia had followed her brother in and out of military camps since young. She was familiar with military strategy and had fought in wars. She had seen blood and killed hundreds of people. She was the #1 female general of Ningdong City. When she heard about the war, her first reaction was to frown deeply. This war wasn't going to be easy. It was currently the 10th month, and it was getting colder every day. If they wanted to attack Wei Nation, they would have to cross the sea. Imperial Brother had received the imperial edict that he would need at most a month to prepare the troops before setting off. At that time, it would be freezing cold. If they encountered bad weather, a group of people would freeze to death before they could meet up with the enemy. Brother Wang had a well-trained navy under him. If he sent all of them out this time, he might have the confidence to win the battle. However, if he did that, the loss would be too great. If he conserved his forces and suffered a defeat, it was obvious that the emperor would not let go of this opportunity to punish the Jiang family. Dog Emperor. Jiang Mia scolded angrily, "If it wasn't for our Jiang family guarding the bitter cold land of the north for decades, half of Dan would have been taken by the Tatars long ago. How could he sit comfortably and enjoy peace? Now that the world is settled, he's using himself to measure others. He's afraid that Imperial Brother will have disloyalty and wants to get rid of the donkey when it's no longer useful. He's simply muddle-headed and tyrannical." Madame Wei's eyes flickered, but she didn't reprimand her disobedient words. She only sighed, "When the birds are gone, the fine bough will be hidden. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound will be cooked. Our Jiang family has been in the north for too long. Many people are jealous of your father and brother. When your father was still alive, there was still a trace of kindness here. Today's Anling City no longer has a place for the Jiang family. Our roots have already been planted in Ningdong City. Therefore, if he wanted to uproot them, how could the emperor not put in a lot of effort? No, I have to write a letter to Imperial Brother. We can't let him send troops now. We have to find an excuse to delay it until next spring and win the war beautifully. We can't let that muddle-headed emperor get what he wants. Jiang Mia gritted her teeth. Madame Wei shook her head inwardly when she saw her being so impulsive. In the end, this daughter of hers was spoiled by them. She was smart, but it was a pity that she was reckless and often did bad things. In the future, she had to find a meticulous son-in-law to watch over her. At this moment, Madame Wei thought of the candidate she originally had her eyes on. She felt helpless and regretful. How can it be as childish as you said? Delaying military plans is a serious crime. Your imperial brother can only send troops when he receives the imperial edict. Why do you think the emperor brought us to the capital? Isn't it to restrict your imperial brother? What concubine selection and marriage is all a pretense? If Ningdong City really disobeyed the imperial edict, we will be the first to bear the brunt. When she said this, her face turned cold. I'm not afraid of your imperial brother losing the war. I'm only afraid that the emperor has other means to make your imperial brother unable to return. Hearing this, Jiang Ya's heart sank, and she grabbed her mother's hand. She grabbed her mother's hand and said anxiously, "Then why don't we escape quietly?" It's too late. Madame Wei's eyes were full of ridicule. As I expected, the outside of the Wang residence is already filled with spies. They are monitoring everything. They would know if a fly flew out. Jiang Mia stood up with a whoosh. She walked around the room in exasperation. She kicked over a vase that was half the height of a person. She turned her head and shouted with her eyes burning with anger, "What are you afraid of? If things don't work out, I will bring my mother and kill our way out of the capital. I don't believe that the dog emperor would dare to harm a loyal and good person in broad daylight." Madame Wei stared at the broken porcelain on the floor and the broken flowers soaked in dew. She was in a daze. It was as if she could vaguely foresee the defeat of the Jiang family of Duke of Dongjing in the near future. The Jiang family was innocent, and Duke of Dongjing had the heart of a subject. However, the emperor did not believe them and would not let them go. They could only blame themselves. A ruler was a ruler, and a subject was a subject. In the evening, Yushu also heard about the imperial edict that Emperor Zhao Qing wanted to send Duke of Dongjing to lead the troops into battle. She did not have much of a reaction to it. What troubled her now was another matter. Shui Rui was very likely to be Yunhua's son. If Feng Zhaomiao did not mention the old matter of Shui Rui's father being the Yangzhou magistrate, she would still be planning to help Yunhua find his son. Based on Shui Rui's character, there was no way he could escape from this matter. He wouldn't lie to her for no reason, unless he had no other choice. After she understood what was going on, Yushu did not blame Shui Rui for hiding it from her. Instead, she felt that Yunhua was a scumbag. He said that he wanted her to help him find his son, but in fact, he had already found the right person. He was just using her as a mouthpiece to leak the information to Shui Rui. However, she was kept in the dark and still foolishly hoped that Shui Rui would help her find the person. On the other hand, this seemed to be a good thing. Yunhua had a brilliant plan. He was an unfathomable person. Perhaps he had already predicted that the Shui family would be in trouble. Yushu boldly guessed that Shui Rui's disappearance in Fenghua Manor was probably because Yunhua had taken him away. If that was the case, she would be able to put down her worries. But what if she was wrong? Yushu hesitated for a day and finally decided to go to the south of the city. After all, she had to confirm it carefully before she could be at ease. Yushu's carriage made a circle in the south of the city. She bought everything she saw along the way, so that the secret agent of the palace who was following her thought that she was just out to buy. At noon, there was a sudden drizzle. The carriage stopped at a place called Calabash Alley. Yushu held an umbrella and got out of the carriage. Lu Hong and Su Qing followed closely behind. The 11th house from the east, the 11th house from the east, Yushu said silently. She counted the houses one by one until she reached the end of the alley. There was another street in front of her. She stood at the intersection and looked back at the 10th house. After staring at it for a while, she had to admit that she had been tricked. There were a total of 10 houses in this calabash alley. How could there be an 11th house? It was impossible for her to remember wrongly. It could only be that Yunhua had fooled her. He did not intend to meet her at all. It was a cold day, but Yushu felt a surge of anger rising to her head. How could this person be so treacherous? He had fooled her into running errands for him for nothing. In the end, she did not even have a place to go to settle the score. Master, the rain is getting heavier. Let's get in the carriage and go. Lu Hong only thought that Yushu came out to get some fresh air. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier and the wind was blowing on her face, he quickly persuaded her. Let's go back. Yushu was full of grievances, but she had no one to complain to. She could only swallow her anger and leave. Yunhua was such a shrewd person, he would not just watch Shui Rui be in trouble, he would definitely make the first move. Yunhua was a shrewd person, he would definitely not watch Shui Rui be in trouble. A series of changes happened to the Shui family. There were many people who were happy to see it. Not to mention others, the residence of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Yin Zhurong, was one example. Not long ago, the third young master of the Assistant Minister's residence, Yin Yuanbua, was instigated by Prince Ning to slander Yushu's reputation in the theater. He was caught by Shui Rui and brought back to the Supreme Court. That night, he was sentenced, beaten half to death, and thrown into prison. His father, Yin Zhurong, did not dare to return to the residence of Prime Minister Yin to ask for help. He went to the Supreme Court several times to plead for mercy, but he was rejected. After much difficulty, he finally managed to get everything together and brought a doctor to visit his son in prison. However, he also received bad news. Yin Yuanbua's lower body was injured. When he recovered, he was afraid that he would have a hidden injury. This hidden injury, to put it plainly, meant that Yin Yuanbua could not have sex. This was no different from a bolt from the blue. Yin Zhurong's eyes were dazed. Yin Dengshi fainted when she got home. Even though Yin Zhurong scolded Yin Yuanbua all day, there were many children in the Fu. The husband and wife doted on their youngest son the most. The husband and wife hated each other. The grudge was too big. They had no choice but to endure the humiliation. Seeing that the Shui family was in trouble and Shui Rui had disappeared, the culprit, Yu Lianfang, had no one to rely on. How could they restrain themselves? If they did not take revenge, they would be ashamed to be parents. Chapter 720. Yushu went to look for Yunhua, but there was nothing she could do. She went to Wangji Tower, feeling helpless. The kitchen cooked a few seasonal dishes for her and drank alone to drown her sorrows. Not being able to find Yunhua not only meant that Shui Rui's identity was a mystery, but it also meant that she had no chance of obtaining the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 rens. Her future suddenly became uncertain. The rain outside had stopped long ago. Pushing open the window, it was cool. Yushu drank a pot of huadiao. Just when she was a little tipsy, she heard footsteps in the corridor outside. In the blink of an eye, the footsteps were at the door. Miss, someone just came and said that something happened in your residence. Please go back and make a decision. The shopkeeper, Lin Fu, reported anxiously. Yushu frowned, but she didn't panic. She put down her wine cup and asked, "Who is it?" "Ask him to come up." Lin Fu left in a hurry. After a while, he came back with a person. It was her head maid, Xian. When Xan saw Yu Shu, she knelt down. There were outsiders in the room, so she didn't say anything. However, looking at her pale face, she knew that it was not a small matter. "Old Lin, go and do your work," Yu Shu said. Lin Fu tactfully hid away. Before he left, he didn't forget to take Xiao Dai, who was serving in the room with him. "Tell me, what happened at home?" Xin quickly explained the situation. The rain in the afternoon had just stopped. Several bailiffs came to the Yu residence and asked to bring Aunt Shui back to the yamen. Yu Shu wasn't at home, so the residence was in a mess. He Fengji didn't come back from the medical center, so Zhao Hui could only come out and deal with the bailiffs to ask about the situation. It turned out that someone came to the yamen early in the morning, claiming that a family servant eloped with someone 10 years ago and escaped. Now that they found her, they found that the servant had already had children and established her own family, so they came to the yamen to report. The family that complained was none other than Aunt Shui's previous master, Assistant Minister Yin of the Ministry of Revenue, Yin Zhorong. The bailiff said that the head steward of the Yin family had Madame Yu's contract to sell herself, and there were witnesses from that year. They insisted on taking Lady Yu to the yamen for interrogation. Lady He didn't agree and wanted to force their way in, but Steward Shou stopped them with the guards. At that time, the situation was too chaotic. Madam He was hit on the head by someone and bled a lot. Yu Shu was originally able to keep her composure, but when she heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She stood up and said, "Hit your head. Are you all right? It looks like there's an opening." Xin had always been gentle, but now she was gnashing her teeth in anger. Those violent bailiffs saw that the situation was not good. They were no match for our protectors. Taking advantage of the chaos, he slipped away. "Master, quickly go back and take a look." Yu Shu didn't say anything else and walked out. Lin Fu was waiting downstairs. He didn't go far and saw them coming down. He hurriedly went forward and asked with concern, "What can I do for you, miss?" Yu Shu paused for a moment, then said to him, "Get up Ping and Xiang to come with me." She was angry, but she didn't let her anger get the better of her. Today, things would not end well. Assistant Minister Yin had made a ruthless move to oppose her. It was obvious that he wanted to seek revenge for that bastard Yin Yuanbua. Those bailiffs had left today. They would probably come again tomorrow. She wasn't afraid of making a big fuss, but she was afraid that her family would be implicated. Ping and Xiang were skilled, so she brought them back to guard the house for the time being, just in case. When Yu Shu returned to the residence with her people, she glanced at the main hall. She saw that the tables and chairs were overturned, and the 2 vases at the door had been pushed over. They were broken on the ground, but no one cleaned them up. When she entered the backyard, she didn't see anyone. When he Fengji and her husband's residence, he saw a courtyard full of servants. Zhou who was kneeling outside. Yu Shu was angry and didn't even look at them when she walked past them. What use were they if they couldn't protect their master? He Fengji came back before her. At this time, he was sitting at the head of Zhao Hui's bed, comforting her. When he saw Yu Shu come in, he didn't complain. He just sighed and said to her, "Your mother's head was injured once before, which left a sequela. This time, it was lucky that it didn't hit the same place, otherwise," before he could finish his words, he was pulled by Zhao Hui. She glared at him and turned to Yu Shu and said gently, "It's not a big deal. It's just a scratch. The chair's leg was broken, so it flew past my scalp." She said it lightly, but Yu Shu clearly saw that her forehead was wrapped with a white gauze, which was faintly stained with blood. She looked very weak. Thinking of Zhao Hui's tragic life, she was killed once in Yang City and almost lost her life. Now, she suffered again because of her. Yu Shu was very upset. It was also because she was so anxious about the Shui family these days that she didn't predict the disaster for Zhao Hui and the others. She didn't predict the bloody disaster today. It's all my fault. Those people came for me. I'm sorry. Zhao Hui didn't blame her. When she heard her call her mother, her heart softened. She waved her hand and asked her to come over. It's okay to tell me. What are you going to do about what happened today? Yu Shu bowed her head in silence. She didn't know what to say. Zhao Hui said anxiously, you can't be muddle-headed. Although your mother used to be a maid in someone's residence, that was many years ago. Even if they said that they had a contract to sell her, we can't admit it. This was a simple reason. Zhao Hui understood it. Once Aunt Shui was judged as a fugitive slave by the government, the other party held her slave contract and became her real master. She couldn't change her fate for the rest of her life. On the surface, this matter didn't hinder Yu Shu's future. After all, her biological father was a famous scholar. The only smart thing Aunt Shui did in her life was to remarry into the Ji family. She didn't sell her son and daughter as slaves. Therefore, when Yu Shu broke away from the Ji family and asked for her and Yu Xiaoxiu's residence card, she didn't encounter any obstacles. Because the siblings lived under someone else's roof, they didn't sell themselves as slaves. Later, they established their own family in the capital. Yu Shu was afraid that Aunt Shui's background would be manipulated. Therefore, after the Ji family was ruined, she first hid Aunt Shui. As time passed, she used the gentleman's hibiscus banquet to ask for a favor from Imperial Consort Shui and went to the Ministry of Revenue to change Aunt Shui's household registration. However, she only guarded against the Ji family's misdeeds. She didn't guard against the Yin family's drastic measures and caught her unprepared. If they really brought Aunt Shui to the Yamen for interrogation today, Yu Shu was sure that Assistant Minister Yin would have a way to prove that Aunt Shui had betrayed her master and escaped. Then, he would openly capture her and bring her back to the Assistant Minister's residence to be ordered around as a slave. In this way, Yu Shu wouldn't have to care about her face. If the Assistant Minister's residence was ruthless and beat Aunt Shui to death, the result would be even more unthinkable. The Yin family was trying to kill her. Yu Shu gritted her teeth and raised her head to smile at Zhao Hui. She said, with me here, our family isn't afraid of trouble. You just focus on recuperating and don't worry about anything else. After this matter is resolved, I will help you vent your anger. Zhao Hui saw that she wasn't out of ideas and relaxed. To be honest, in her heart, Yu Shu was more reliable than anyone else. Even He Fangji couldn't compare. After checking on Zhao Hui's injuries, Yu Shu came out of the courtyard. Zhou Hu and a group of guards were still kneeling outside. It had rained earlier, so the ground was wet and their legs were covered in mud. Even so, they didn't move to a clean spot and quietly waited for Yu Shu to deal with them. This was the good thing about the servants trained in the consecrated courtyard. They were well behaved. Yu Shu stopped in front of Zhou Hu. With a cold expression, she said, I should have rewarded you for today's matter. You all did the right thing. If someone wanted to barge into the rear residence, no matter who they were, you all had to stop them. Even if they made a huge mess, I, as the master, would take care of it for you all. But you all were wrong. You shouldn't have attacked in front of the womenfolk. Couldn't you have lured them outside before fighting? Where did all of your brains go? Zhou Hu and the others trembled. This group of burly men couldn't even raise their heads after being scolded by a little girl. At the same time, they felt their blood boil. In the end, they were all servants. They dared to fight with officials because they wanted to protect their masters. Yu Shu didn't punish them just because they had chased away a few bailiffs. Instead, she said they should be rewarded. How could they not accept this? Seeing that this is the first time you've committed a crime, and this is the first time I've seen something like this, I won't punish you heavily. However, there's no reward. You all don't need to kneel. Go do what you need to do. If anyone comes looking for trouble, you don't need to be polite. Throw them all out. After saying this, she didn't care what they did and led a few servant girls to Aunt Shui's place. After a while, Lin jogged back and stopped Zhou Hu. In front of the group of guards who hadn't left, she said in a crisp voice, "Big brother Zhou, the young lady said that she'll have the kitchen add 2 dishes of meat and fish tonight. Open a few jars of old wine to calm down." After saying this, she ran off. Zhou Hu was stunned. He turned his head and saw the bright eyes of the group of guards. He coughed and put on a straight face, scolding, "What's there to be happy about? Master is benevolent and didn't punish us. Have a good sleep tonight. Tomorrow, wake up and be alert." When Yushu arrived at Qingshizhai, Aunt Shui was still hiding in the room, not daring to come out. How could she not know about the big commotion in the front yard this afternoon? She was afraid that someone would break in and capture her. When Yushu entered the room, she saw her curled up on the bed, wrapped in a blanket. She stared at the door with a panicked expression. She was obviously frightened. "Little girl, you're finally back." Aunt Shui grabbed the blanket and squeezed out 2 tears to Yushu. "There are officials coming to arrest me. You have to save me." Yushu felt a headache. She didn't treat her well. She picked a place nearby and sat down. She waved her hand to let everyone in the room leave. Xin stood guard outside the door. "You also know that there are officials coming to the mansion. Do you know why they want to arrest you?" Aunt Shui nodded timidly. "It's the Yin family who reported to the officials that I eloped with your father. They also said that they have my slave contract. Logically speaking, I am still their servant." Yushu took a breath and asked her again, "Then tell me the truth. Did you elope with my father?" Aunt Shui's eyes widened instantly. She shook her head vigorously and said in a shrill voice, "No. It was Madam who gave me to your father. I didn't have the guts to elope with someone." Yushu narrowed her eyes. She felt very lucky in her heart. She confirmed again, "Then what about the contract you signed when you sold yourself to the Yin family?" Aunt Shui's face was bitter. She felt wronged and said, "How would I know? Maybe your damn father kept it." Chapter 721. Yushu stayed at Aunt Shui's place until it was dark. She asked all the questions she needed to ask. However, Aunt Shui was so muddle-headed that she couldn't even remember the most important things, but she remembered the trivial things clearly. After piecing it all together, Yushu understood the whole thing. According to Aunt Shui, she had been a servant in the Yin family since she was a child. At first, she cleaned the yard of Madame Dowager Yin, the current Prime Minister's wife. After a few years, she was promoted to be a curtain-folding maid. Later, Yin Zhurong, the son of a concubine, got married and left the family. So Madame Dowager Yin sent Aunt Shui to make trouble for her daughter-in-law. Concubine Shui was interested in Yin Zhurong and kept throwing flirtatious glances at him. However, all of this was seen by Madame Yin Dang. When Yu Zhengyu's father went to the capital to attend the imperial examinations, he stayed in the outer courtyard. Madame Yin Dang used a little trick to make concubine Shui, who wanted to throw herself into the arms of the master, and the poor scholar become engaged. Aunt Shui won the lottery and became pregnant with Yushu. Madame Yin saw it. She took the opportunity to be a good person. She made a matchmaker for Papa Yu and gave him some money as a dowry. Then Papa Yu secretly took Aunt Shui back to the hometown to get married. This story sounded good, but Yushu found that there was a big problem when she really looked into it. First of all, Madame Yin didn't do it openly when she married Aunt Shui to Papa Yu. That was to say, it was done secretly. She let Aunt Shui go, gave the dowry, and sent her away without saying a word. Moreover, Madame Yin didn't return the indenture to Aunt Shui, so it was not clear whether she gave it to Papa Yu or not. This was called Dead Men Tell No Tales. Shu Shu. Concubine Shui called Yu Shu's nickname, which Yu Shu had long forgotten. Seeing that her daughter's face was so ugly, she didn't dare to be brave. Even her tone was weak. Do you think that Madame Yin really didn't give my contract to your father? Yu Shu asked her. Then do you remember that my father took you to the Yamen to get rid of your slave registration? To get rid of the slave status and be a good citizen, it was not enough to just get the indenture. You had to go to the local government to get rid of the slave registration. Otherwise, even if the owner didn't care, you would still be a pariah. Aunt Shui said with a sad face, I said I don't remember. Your father didn't mention it to me. She hated him so much that she didn't even want to talk to him. Who knew if he helped her get rid of her slave registration? As soon as Yu Shu heard her crying, she was annoyed. She glared at her and said, the Yin family dared to take your indenture to the Yamen because Yin Zhurong was a senior officer in the Ministry of Revenue. Even if you got rid of your slave registration, he still had a way to change it. They also said that they have witnesses who can prove that you eloped with my father more than 10 years ago. As long as you go to the Yamen and go to court, you won't be able to defend yourself. Just wait to be caught and used as a slave. Aunt Shui's eyes were dizzy. She trembled and said, how can I do this? How can I do this? I'm already the wife of an official. In the future, I can count on you and Xiaoxiu to help me earn a title of nobility. How can I be a servant to his family? Isn't this killing me? God, this is killing me. Sob, 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 sob. As she said that, she wailed and pointed at Yu Shu. She cried and scolded, it's all your fault for offending others. In the end, the retribution is on me. If you didn't ruin the marriage with the Yin family, there wouldn't be so many disasters now. What sin did I commit to give birth to a debt-demanding ghost like you? Bang. Yu Shu punched the wall of the bed and made a loud noise. Aunt Shui was so scared that she froze. She was already under a lot of pressure because of Shui Rui's disappearance. Now, someone was using Aunt Shui to create trouble and add to the chaos. However, Aunt Shui didn't want to save trouble. She couldn't bear it anymore and exploded on the spot. Who told you to look for your old master when you had nothing better to do? For your glory and wealth, you're even willing to sell your own daughter. If you really want to bring up old scores, when my father died, you should have been a widow for him. At the very least, you should have set up a chastity memorial arch to accumulate merit for us sisters. Instead, you insisted on being someone's concubine. For the sake of your own good life, you implicated Xiaoxiu and I. We don't mind you making a fool of yourself, but you're blaming me for not letting you trample on yourself. If she hadn't taken over this body, how could Yu Shu tolerate such a sarcastic person like Aunt Shui? Although she didn't have the memories of her previous master, she had heard from the aunt who had taken care of the siblings that although Yu family's father had died early, his ancestors had some savings and his family had land. Although the Yu family was in dire straits, they had the help of the local clan. Aunt Shui was truly a good mother. With this family's wealth, it wasn't impossible for her to raise 2 children. However, she couldn't bear the loneliness. Not long after Yu family's father died, she hooked up with the 3rd master of the Ji family and sold the Yu family's house and land to prepare a dowry for herself. Then, she happily went to the Ji family to become a concubine. If she became someone's concubine, it would be admirable if her children didn't have to worry about food and clothing. However, she only cared about her own happiness and didn't care about the life and death of the siblings. After being scolded by her, Aunt Shui's face turned green and red. Finally, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Xin was guarding outside the door. She was crying and scolding inside. Knowing that she had heard something she shouldn't have, she simply lowered her head like a quail. After a while, the room suddenly became silent. Yushu came out and said to her, "Madam is tired. Let her rest. You stay here and beat the people in the yard. Report to me later." "Yes, madam." After venting her anger at Aunt Shui, Yushu felt comfortable and began to think about countermeasures. It was beyond her expectations that the Yin family would choose such a method of shedding all pretenses of cordiality to seek revenge. Although there were grievances between them, it was not to the extent of deep hatred. However, the Yin family's complaint to the Yamen showed that they wanted to fight to the death with her. Could it be that they saw the Shui family was in trouble and saw her eldest brother was missing? They thought that she had no backing, so they took the opportunity to step on her. Yushu felt that she had found the truth. Yin Zhorong was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. It was too easy for him to tamper with the household registration. In addition, there was the so-called witness and the sale contract that she didn't know was real or fake. So, she wouldn't let Aunt Shui go to the court to testify against them. At most, she would just drag it out. Anyway, the matter had already become big. Was she afraid that people would know? If the constables came to ask for her tomorrow, she would also beat them out. Yushu was never afraid of trouble. She took out the Yao coin and made 2 divinations. She immediately made a decision. Seeing that it was getting late, she washed and went to bed. The next day, Yushu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office early in the morning and returned to the mansion after 5 o'clock. She calculated that there would be people coming to the Yamen today. As expected, around 9 o'clock in the morning, several constables came to arrest people. Yushu was talking with Zhao Hui in the backyard. Zhou Hu personally ran over to report. He handed the white, fat, and adorable He Xiaochuan to the wet nurse and led him to the front yard. "Is it the same group of people from yesterday?" Yushu asked Zhou Hu as soon as they came out of Zhao Hui's yard. "No. Yesterday, it was the minions of the Yamen in the north of the capital. Today, it's people from the Ministry of Revenue." Although Zhou Hu was a martial artist, he had been a steward in Yushu's mansion for a few months. He was no longer a novice and had some understanding of the power factions in the capital. When Yushu heard that there was a different group of people today, she thought for a moment and guessed what trick Assistant Minister Yin was playing. According to the Yin family, Aunt Shui was an escaped slave of the Yin family. After more than 10 years, they found her and wanted to catch her. However, Aunt Shui had set up her own family. This was a civil dispute. Anling City had 2 yamens in the north of the capital and the south of the capital that specialized in handling lawsuits for the common people. That was why the constables from the yamen in the north of the capital could come to Yushu's mansion aggressively to arrest people. Their target was not Yushu, who was an official of the imperial court, but Aunt Shui, who was a commoner. The Ministry of Revenue had the authority to control the household register. Concubine Shui's household register was fake, so it was reasonable for her to sue the Ministry of Revenue Yamen and ask the supervisor in charge of the escaped slaves to come forward. Otherwise, they could go to the Supreme Court to complain and accuse Yushu of harboring a slave. That would also make the officials come to ask for her. No matter how one looked at it, they were on the side of reason. Assistant Minister Yin was thorough in all aspects and took advantage of the situation. He was determined to bring Aunt Shui to the court. On the other hand, if she stopped them and didn't allow Aunt Shui to be taken away, then she would be in the wrong. In the end, the matter would become more and more serious. She would incur public anger and still have to hand over Aunt Shui. When the Yin family caught Aunt Shui and brought her back, Assistant Minister Yin would have the final say. It had to be said that this man's methods were many times better than his wife's. But did he really think that Yushu would obediently submit? "Miss, they're in the front hall." Zhou Hu pointed to the front. "The guards in the residence are all standing on the back porch. If they make a move, they'll definitely suffer the consequences." Lu Hong and Su Qing were also beside Yu Shu. When they saw Zhou Hu's fierce expression, they instinctively tightened their grip on the scabbards at their waists. They had heard about what had happened yesterday. As Yu Shu's personal bodyguards, they naturally knew what to do. The group of men rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms together, waiting for today's big fight. Who would have thought that when Yu Shu saw the officials from the Ministry of Revenue, she showed a smiling face and politely invited the constable to sit down. She walked to the main seat and asked knowingly, "May I know why the constables are here? Why didn't anyone come to the residence yesterday?" The constable who spoke had triangular eyes. No matter how one looked at him, he was not pleasing to the eye. However, he was just a lowly official. When Yu Shu offered him a seat, he dared to sit down calmly. When Yu Shu asked him a question, not only did he not stand up and respectfully answer, he even retorted. Lu Hong and Su Qing had been by Yu Shu's side for a long time and had never seen such a despicable person who didn't know how to respect others. Their faces immediately turned cold and they were about to scold him, but they were stopped by a look from Yu Shu. "Unfortunately, I didn't come back yesterday." "What happened?" "Constable Ho, why don't you tell me?" Yu Shu still had a pleasant expression on her face. Constable Ho narrowed his triangular eyes and revealed a serious expression. "Someone reported that your mother was originally a fugitive slave from another residence. 16 years ago, she stole her master's money and eloped with someone else. Today, she has changed her appearance and falsified her household registration. We received a warrant and came to arrest her. We hope that official you will make things easier for us and not make things difficult for us." Chapter 722. It was said that the king of hell was easy to provoke, but the little demons were difficult to deal with. Arrester Ho opened his mouth and was about to arrest her with a business-like attitude. Yu Shu didn't look angry at all. She pretended to be surprised and asked, "What did you say?" "My mother is an escaped slave." "Arrester Ho, you've got the wrong person. Although my mother is of humble birth, I've long sought Imperial Consort Nyong's permission to return my mother to a good citizen. Although this matter is not known to all, there is no lack of people who know about it. Who is it that is so unreasonable and falsely accusing my mother?" Constable Ho said coldly, "That's right. Your mother's contract of sale proves that she is a servant of Assistant Minister Yin's residence. Otherwise, why would we dare to come to your residence to arrest her?" "Contract of slavery." Yu Shu shook her head and laughed. "Then there must be a mistake. My mother was indeed a servant of the Yin family a few years ago, but the madam of that residence was virtuous and virtuous. She returned the contract to my mother and acted as a matchmaker for my late father, allowing both of them to return home. It had already been more than 10 years. How could there still be a contract of slavery?" "I said you've got the wrong person. Please leave." Arrester Ho saw that she was going to play dumb to the end. He looked at Yu Shu and saw that she was just a little girl around 10 years old. She was rumored to be amazing and even thought that she was born with 3 heads and 6 arms. Because he was ordered to come here, he was very confident. He thought that if he completed this task well, he might be able to show his face in front of the assistant minister. Immediately, he pulled a long face, raised his eyebrows and glared. He threatened, "There are witnesses and material evidence. Darren, are you going to defy the law?" "Law? Do you have the final say in the law?" Yu Shu sneered and straightened her upper body. She looked at him and said, "Get the hell out of here before I get angry." Just a moment ago, he had a friendly expression on his face, but now his expression had changed faster than flipping the pages of a book. That contemptuous gaze landed on him, as if he was looking at a dog instead of a human. Ho flew into a rage out of humiliation. He slammed the table and stood up. "We are under orders to capture the fugitive. Hand him over now, or don't blame us for being impolite." Yu Shu picked up her teacup. Expressionless, he said, "Send the guest off." Zhou, who stood behind Yushu and raised his hand towards the door. Two servants walked in and were about to drag a few bailiffs out. Arrestor Ho's sleeve was tugged by someone. He subconsciously waved his hand to break free, but he ended up slapping the servant's face. The servant took a step back and fell on his butt. He was stunned for a moment, but before he could react, he heard a dang sound. He turned around and saw that Yushu had slammed the teacup on the table and was looking at him expressionlessly, not waiting for him to speak. Behind him, the steward with thick eyebrows and round eyes walked out in large strides, bringing with him a surging aura. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of him and kicked out, hitting him squarely in the knee. Plop! The arrestor fell from his chair. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Xian didn't wait for him to fly into a rage before stomping on his back. The force of the stomp was so great that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The expressions of the bailiffs who had followed him all changed. They reached out and placed their hands on their swords, ready to step forward to rescue him. Lu Hong and Su Qing saw this. First, he stood in front of Yushu. Men! Zhou Hu bellowed. In an instant, more than 10 figures rushed in from outside the corridor. With Ah Ping and Ah Xiang around, they easily captured all the bailiffs present. Arrestor Ho, who was lying on the ground, was shocked when he saw this scene. He felt a sharp pain in his back. He couldn't speak. Then, a pair of lotus green boots appeared in his line of sight. The tips of the boots were embroidered with golden ripples, slowly enlarging. They stepped on his face. "Who do you think you are to behave so atrociously in front of me? I'll teach you a lesson today. Remember to tuck your tail between your legs in the future." With that, she walked away. Arrestor Ho was dragged out by his collar, together with the other bailiffs, to a large lotus pond in the front courtyard. It wasn't until someone pressed his head into the bone-chilling mud that he felt suffocated. He had no strength to struggle. Only then did he understand what Yushu meant when she said, "Don't wait for me to get angry." Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Yushu wasn't cruel enough to kill a few of her henchmen. She just gave them a light punishment so that they wouldn't dare to act violently again. However, when Yin Zhorong and his wife heard it, they had a different understanding. What? She beat away all the bailiffs who came to arrest her. Madame Yin Deng cried in surprise. Yin Zhorong had just returned from the yamen. Madame Yin Deng kept asking about the progress of the matter, so he had to talk to her with a sullen face. In fact, when he knew what Yushu did, he was as surprised as Madame Yin Deng. He knew that Yushu wouldn't let her mother be taken away, but he didn't expect that she would dare to instruct her servants to beat up the bailiffs. She didn't look like a little girl at all. Yesterday, the bailiffs from the yamen in the north of the capital were also beaten up. It seems that the women in her family were hurt. That's probably why she became so angry today, Yin Zhorong guessed. She's really lawless. Madame Yin Deng said worriedly, "What should we do now? If she doesn't hand over Xiaozue, how can we try the case?" Yushu's guess was right. Yin Zhorong wanted to drag concubine Cui to the court to testify against her. Only then would he be able to prove that concubine Cui was guilty of absconding and capture Yushu's mother. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with Yushu. What's the hurry? It's a good thing that she's so impulsive. Yin Zhorong sneered and said, "Let's send someone tomorrow. I want to see how many bailiffs she can beat away. She's not afraid of making a scene, and we're not afraid of that either. Master, what do you think? Let me know what to do." Madame Yin Deng was afraid that she couldn't control Yushu this time, and she couldn't avenge her youngest son, who was ruined for the rest of his life. Humph, does she think she'll be fine after beating people away? As an official of the imperial court, she doesn't know how to behave. When she's done, I'll find Censor Wang to report her. If she's sensible, she'll come to beg for mercy. If she wants to fight with force, I'll make her lose her official position. Let's see how she can be arrogant then. Yin Zhurong had a perfect plan, so he wasn't afraid that Yu Shu would turn the sky upside down. Madame Yin Deng was a little worried. Master, didn't you say that Yu Lianfang has a title given by the emperor? If we go directly to her and annoy the emperor, wouldn't we be shooting ourselves in the foot? That was before. Yin Zhurong's eyes lit up. He leaned close to her and said in a low voice, "Do you know what the Xue family did?" He whispered 2 words in her ear. What? Madame Yin Deng gasped in shock and stepped back. Are you serious? Whether it's true or not, she won't have a good end if she's involved in such a crime. I'm telling you, you have to keep your mouth shut. The emperor gave that girl a title and publicized it to make her a wise ruler. But think about it. Yu Lianfang has a close relationship with the eldest son of the Xue family. Once the Xue family is convicted, what will happen to her? I'll just ruin her reputation in advance. The emperor won't blame me. Yin Zhurong had been an official for many years. He had some experience and thought that he had figured out the emperor's intention, so he didn't have to worry about the consequences. Madame Yin Deng was relieved. Thinking of Yu Shu's future, she was happy, but she said harshly, "Originally, I planned to force her to marry into our family and serve Yuanbua. Now I can't. When she comes to beg for mercy, I'll make her kneel in front of Yuanbua and kowtow to admit her mistake. Then I'll feed her a bowl of broth to relieve the hatred in my heart." A woman's heart was the most vicious. Madame Yin Deng showed it clearly at this time. Yin Zhurong didn't even frown when he heard this. Instead, he said faintly, "That's what she deserves." He had never thought that Yin Yuanbo would end up like this. Wasn't he getting what he deserved? She thought the Xue family had already been sucked into the rebellion and couldn't even look after themselves. What was Xue Lingnan doing, giving someone else something to use against them? Wasn't it messy enough? Noble consort Xue was pregnant and became a thorn in the eyes of everyone in the Hogong. If Empress Rui had a chance to hit her while she was down, she wouldn't easily let it go. Then why did you also go in? It was the great Tidian who informed me. Jing Chen warned Yu Shu, the news hasn't leaked out yet. Don't mention it to anyone else. From what I can see, the emperor doesn't seem to want to make it public. As soon as he woke up, he ordered for Prime Minister Xue and the elders to be released and allowed to leave the palace to return home. I know. Yu Shu secretly broke out in cold sweat for the Xue family. She then thought about the missing Xue Rui. Right, what did you find me for? Jing Chen asked her. Yu Shu gave him the Great Earth booklet. After you read it, if there is nothing wrong, stamp it so I can report to the palace. Jing Chen received it and called someone in. He ordered them to go to his study to get the stamp. Without flipping through it, he stamped his great seal on it. After Yu Shu finished this matter, she politely declined Jing Chen's invitation to stay for a meal. She left the Princess Fu and returned home. She didn't want to see the people from Wangji Tower when she entered the house. Miss, the chambermaid Xiao Dai welcomed her with red eyes. Begging, a group of troublemakers came to the restaurant. Chapter 723. Ever since the news of Xue Rui's disappearance came back to Wangji Tower, Lin Fu had been on tenterhooks. He had warned everyone in the restaurant to be on guard against villains. Even if they were careful, they still couldn't stop it. That evening, the restaurant was full again, and there were no seats left downstairs. The customers who came later either left in disappointment, or generously booked a private room on the second floor and paid an extra 10 taels of silver to unlock the door. Apart from noon, business was good at this time of the day. Lin Fu sat behind the counter and used a small scale to calculate and keep accounts. His abacus was so fast that it was not enough for both hands. Downstairs, there was another table of regular customers who had settled the bill. Lin Fu smiled and greeted them. "Second Grandpa's son, young Masterly, there will be aged wine coming out in 2 days. Don't forget to come and have a taste." "Ha ha ha, sure, sure." Someone died. All of a sudden, the crowd was in an uproar. Lin Fu's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed the waiter who was passing by with the dishes and asked the waiter to guard the counter. He called Gue Lu, who was running the restaurant downstairs, and the two of them ran up the stairs. The scream just now came from the second floor. It was a mess downstairs, but it was even worse upstairs. The corridor was filled with people. They were all customers who heard the scream and came out. Gue Chi opened the way in front while Lin Fu lifted his robe and walked behind him. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the accident. The private rooms of Wang Ji Tower were arranged according to the names: wind, flower, snow, moon. This room was a flower room, and it was furnished with all sorts of exquisite and novel things. It was usually used to entertain young masters and young masters. Lin Fu stood at the door and poked his head in. He saw that the 8 immortal glazed screen blocking the door was pushed to the ground. A chair was smashed on it and one of the glass windows was cracked. Thousands of taels of silver worth were destroyed just like that. He didn't have time to feel the pain. He heard a noise inside. "Where's the manager? Where the hell is the manager?" In the inner room, there were 6 or 7 young people gathered around a round white marble table. Some of them were sitting while others were standing. The tablecloth had been lifted. The red and green dishes were scattered all over the floor, still steaming. Lin Fu didn't recognize the person who shouted, but when he saw someone sitting next to him, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He squeezed out a smile and walked in with small steps. "Oh my lord, I didn't know you were here. This little one greets Lord 11th. Do you know who was the leader of this room?" It was the devil incarnate who was expelled from Enling City by the Emperor's decree. 11th Prince Louis. Louis folded his arms and sneered. He did not make a sound. The person beside him shouted again, "Don't try to get close to our master. Are you the manager of this restaurant? Good timing. I was just about to settle the score with you. My brother just drank a mouthful of your wine, and then he foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground dead. Tell me what to do." After being yelled at, Lin Fu took 2 more steps forward and walked around the table. Only then did he see a person lying on the ground, dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. His mouth was full of white foam, and his eyes were rolled back. He was motionless and looked like he had died. Lin Fu was startled and thought that something was wrong. He turned around and asked the waiter who was in charge of serving the dishes. He pointed at the person on the ground and asked, "What happened?" The waiter was obviously frightened. He shook his head with a pale face. "I don't know. He was fine when you came." Although there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Wang Ji Tower, when there were too many people, there would always be corners that could not be taken care of. Louis entered the door and sat in the private room upstairs drinking wine. Lin Fu actually knew nothing about this. This was obviously a trap set by the other party. Lin Fu could see through this kind of trick in one glance. But since it was done, it would not be easy to deal with it. Most importantly, Louis was present, so he could not use force. "What are you talking about? There are so many eyes watching. He died in your place. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will smash this tower." Lin Fu wiped the sweat off his forehead and ignored the noisy lackey. He bowed to Louis and said, "Master Louis, our forgotten machine tower's tea, wine, and dishes are all clean and fresh. We have so many customers all day long. If it was poisoned, something bad would have happened long ago. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding?" Why don't I send someone to report to the officials and have them investigate this matter? Lin Fu retreated in order to advance. At this time, there were too many people in the tower. He could not be careless and let people think that Wang Ji Tower had a guilty conscience, which would ruin their reputation. On the contrary, Louis had already been expelled from the capital by the emperor. No one would dare to interfere if he entered the city quietly. But if he were to cause trouble in such a big way, they would have to think twice. Report to the officials. Louis finally opened his mouth. He looked at Lin Fu and said sarcastically, "Who doesn't know that the owner of your restaurant is the eldest son of the Shui family? He is the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court and specializes in investigating cases. I think you want to report to the officials so that you can get away with your crime. Let me tell you, there is no way." Lin Fu took a deep breath and argued with him with a bitter face, "You are joking again. My young master has not been back for a few days, yo." Lu Yi interrupted him with a loud voice and a fierce look on his face, "So, no one is in charge here. Serves you right that my little brother was poisoned to death by you, and I have no place to seek justice. Do you believe that I won't smash this broken tower of yours right now?" Lin Fu was roared at by him and thought that this was bad. This Master Lu Yi was here to cause trouble because the eldest son was not around. He tasted bitterness in his mouth. If it was any other day, he wouldn't need to be afraid even if another Lu Yi appeared. However, today was different from the past. The Shui clan had changed, and Shui Rui wasn't around. How could he have the confidence to fight a prince seriously? "Master Lu Yi, please calm down. My young master is not here, but there is another person in charge here. Why don't you sit here and wait, and I will invite her over. There is another person in charge. Speaking of which, you also know her. She is my eldest son's sworn sister, Miss Lianfang." Lin Fu had no choice but to use the name of Yushu. Hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes flashed. He cracked his neck, and his joints made a cracking sound. "Okay, invite her over." The people who came with him all looked like they were watching a good show. Lin Fu secretly sighed, excused himself, and left. He first apologized to the customers in the corridor, saying that they could skip the meal. After all, a life had been lost, so he couldn't do business today. He asked everyone to go back. Some people listened to him and left, but some refused to leave. They said a few words to Lin Fu and returned to the private room, waiting for someone to come. Then they continued to watch the show. Lin Fu did not want to chase these guests out, so he could only shake his head and go downstairs to clear the place. When Yushu saw the messenger, she didn't even take a breath as she entered the room. She turned around and went straight to Wangji Tower. The carriage passed by the front door and saw that the door was unlocked. The sky was dark, and 2 of the 4 red lanterns on the door were extinguished. There were still many onlookers standing at the entrance, and they did not want to leave. Yushu ordered the driver, Lu Zhong, to go through the back door. Lu Hong and Su Qing rode their horses and followed closely behind. Yushu entered the restaurant from the backyard. All the customers downstairs had left, and the table was filled with cold leftovers. It was quite desolate. The waiter, Gue Chi, was squatting at the staircase. When he saw her rushing in, he rushed over. "Where is everyone?" Yushu asked. "They are upstairs, and Manager Lin is accompanying them." Yushu nodded, and Gue Chi led the way in front. As they spoke, they went up to the 2nd floor. The customers in the rooms on both sides of the corridor heard footsteps and poked their heads out. There were many who knew her, but they did not have the time to greet her. "Manager, the lady is here." Outside the flower room, the door was open. When Yushu stood at the door, everyone in the room turned to look at her, especially Lu Yi. He stared at Yushu's tall and slender figure from head to toe. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, it's been a long time. Yushu smiled insincerely and cupped her hands at him. She walked in and first looked at the corpse on the floor. It has been less than an hour since the incident. The corpse was still fresh, but the white foam at the corner of its mouth had dried up. It was sticky and stuck to his face. It was indescribably disgusting. Yushu did not recognize the deceased, so she did not waste time talking to Lu Yi. She asked him directly, "Who is the unlucky one?" She could not be blamed for not respecting the deceased. To be on the same side as Lu Yi, he must not be a good person. Lu Yi saw that Yushu did not even look at him and was unhappy. He grumbled, "It's my little brother. He drank your wine and was poisoned to death. Since you are the owner, you should give me an explanation." Yushu looked at Lin Fu and the latter hurriedly whispered, "This room ordered 2 jugs of 50-year-old flower carvings. They were taken out from the cellar on the same day. They were tested with silver needles before serving. There is no poison." Yushu looked at the overturned table and the broken wine jugs on the floor. The wine had long been spilled and there was no way to test for poison. She moved her feet and was about to approach the corpse when she heard Lu Yi's men shouting, "What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy the corpse?" Yushu stopped and retracted her hand. She thoughtfully stared at the corpse for a few moments before raising her head to speak to Lu Yi. "This person definitely didn't die because he ate the food and wine of our forgotten machine building. However, this incident happened here. How about this, Lord 11th, give us a plan and we will discuss how to handle it." Yushu lowered her stance but Lu Yi did not budge an inch. "Don't talk nonsense with me. This person was poisoned to death after eating your food." Yushu pulled a long face. "If you are not willing to settle this privately, then report it to the authorities. If you want to investigate, then investigate thoroughly. The crime of poisoning someone to death is not something our restaurant can bear." Lu Yi sneered, "So what if you want to report to the authorities? Do you think I'm afraid? However, let me remind you, don't forget who I am. I don't even know who poisoned me. Fortunately, it was someone else who died. If I had taken that mouthful of wine and something happened to me, all of your heads added together wouldn't be enough to chop off." Yushu's face changed slightly. She could hear the threat in his words. This scheme of framing someone was not very clever. However, with Lu Yi involved and someone dead, it was different. If this prince was not careful, it could be said that they were plotting to kill a prince. The Shui family was at the heart of the struggle. The owner of this Wang Ji restaurant was Shui Rue. If they were to bear the suspicion of plotting to kill a prince, wouldn't it be adding fuel to the fire? She weighed the pros and cons and had no choice but to make a compromise. She looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Then, what should we do?" Chapter 724. Because Lu Yi was involved in the headless case of the imperial envoy, he became the scapegoat for Prince Ning. Not only did he cause Consort Xian to fall out of favor in the palace, the worst part was that she was expelled from Anling City by an imperial edict and had no chance of becoming the emperor. In the palace, Yushu had seen Consort Xian and received benefits from her. While she was disgusted by Lu Yi, who had once tried to encroach on her, she also felt a bit of pity. But now, seeing his extremely poor face and how he wanted to take someone's life as soon as he opened his mouth, she felt that he deserved to end up like this. She looked around and saw panic on a few familiar faces. She sighed in her heart. "You know better than me how people die. It's impossible for me to compensate you with a life. At most, I'll pay for a coffin and ask someone to arrange their funeral. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything more than that." Yushu did not intend to fall out with Lu Yi, but she also would not show her fear. She rejected Lu Yi's excessive request and turned around to say to Lin Fu, "Go, withdraw 200 taels of silver from the account and give it to 11th Master." Lu Yi was furious and jumped up from his chair. 200 taels of silver, do you think you are sending a beggar away? Yu Shu sneered, it is enough to buy a good cypress coffin. Louis did not see her begging for mercy as he expected and was instead ridiculed. He angrily kicked over a nearby chair and pointed at Yu Shu's nose. Let me tell you, if you do not take out 200,000 taels of silver today, I will sue you thieves for plotting to harm the Tian family. I will let all of you die. Yu Shu frowned. Lu Yi could not stand being tricked and was exposed in just a few words. She knew that he took the risk to make this scene not just to vent his anger, but to get money. She found it a little strange. Even if Lu Yi's mother's family, the Lu family, had been hurt because of his uncle Lu Buhuan's case, the Lu family was still one of the 12 prefecture's aristocratic families. Why would Lu Yi be short of money and need to come to the Wangji Tower to extort money? Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided to keep it for later. What troubled her now was that 200,000 taels of silver was a huge sum of money. Even she didn't have this much money. If she wanted Wangji Tower to compensate her with this huge sum of money, she probably wouldn't be able to come up with it in a short time. Even if she could, she wouldn't hand over Shui Rui's belongings. Shui Rui wasn't around. His territory and his people should be protected by her. If she couldn't even do this, why was she worthy of his love? 200,000. Yu Shu pointed at the dead person on the ground and mocked Lu Yi. I didn't ask in detail where this esteemed guest came from. Could it be that he is a relative of the imperial family that needs a golden body after his death? One of Lu Yi's companions blurted out, that is our 11th master's little brother. Isn't he a relative of the imperial family? 100,000 taels of silver is too little for you. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the money. Don't make us brothers angry. When we deal with you later, you won't be able to cry even if you want to. This kind of vulgar words entered their ears, causing the faces of everyone on Yu Shu's side to change. What kind of status did Yu Shu have? In the past, even if it was Prince Jing Lu Tan, he would have to politely call her Lianfang Gunyang when he came. They didn't know where Louis found this ruffian that dared to say such vulgar words to dirty her ears. He really deserved to die. Gue Lu and Gue Chi wanted to rush out to teach this grandson a lesson but were quickly held back by Lin Fu, who secretly shook his head at them. Yu Shu suddenly heard these words. Even if she had been through hundreds of battles and was immune to poison, as a female, she would still have a weakness. Looking at the little ruffian who was baring his teeth and smiling lewdly, she was so angry that she trembled. Her eyes suddenly became as cold as the snow of the 12th lunar month. Impudent! Lu Hong and Su Qing shouted. Seeing that Yu Shu was being humiliated, they were about to step forward to teach her a lesson when they saw Lu Yi suddenly turn around and give that lewd face a big slap. Did this Yi ask you to speak? Everyone was shocked at first, but when they heard Lu Yi's next words, a sentence ran out in their hearts. Birds of a feather flock together. This little girl was first seen by this Yi. If you want to let her be happy, this Yi has to do it first. Is it your turn? After saying that, he turned his head and stared at Yu Shu, narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. Suddenly, he changed his mind. If you don't want to pay, fine. As long as you are willing to accompany me tonight, I will not pursue this matter. Yu Shu lowered her head in silence. Just when everyone thought that she was going to explode, she raised her head expressionlessly and asked him. Do you mean what you say? Lu Yi sneered. If I want to deceive you, then let me die without descendants. All right, then let's go. She then said to Lin Fu and the rest. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Yu Shu straightened her back and turned around to leave. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment and called out to her. Hey, where are you going? Yu Shu turned around and looked at him coldly. Didn't you say that I should go with you? Then let's go. No matter where you go, I will accompany you to the end. Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise and joy as he watched Yu Shu disappear. Fearing that she would regret it, he hurriedly chased after her. Lu Hong and Su Qing looked at each other and gritted their teeth as they followed. Their companions looked at each other in dismay. After a while, they carried the dead man on their shoulders and ran away in a hurry. The diners who stayed to watch the show did not expect such an ending. They sighed for a while and then left. When the place was empty, Gue Lu and Gue Qi could not bear it anymore and shook off Lin Fu's hand. Gue Lu angrily said, "Old Lin, why did you stop us just now? Didn't you see that the girl was coaxed by them?" "No, I have to chase after her. If something happens to her, how am I going to explain it to the young master? Little six, little six." Lin Fu hugged him tightly and said with a crying face, "Do you think I want the girl to go with them? If I were alone, I would have fought with them. But don't you see who it is? It's the 11th prince. Even if the emperor doesn't like him, he's still a living ancestor. If he doesn't care about his face, if we do, we'll lose our lives. Young master isn't here, and the Shui family is in such a big trouble. Who can protect us? If the 11th prince really insists that we tried to poison him, all the people in the Wangji building will die. You don't want to live, but what about little Qin, little Dai, and Gong Erlang and his wife? Little Bai is pregnant. Do they also want to live? The girl, she left with them to protect us." Gue Lu's body trembled and froze. Little Dai and little Qing directly hugged each other and cried bitterly. The cook Shuqing had always been strong, but now she secretly wiped her tears and said sadly, "The young master has only left for half a month, and there are already villains who bully us. If the Shui family really falls one day, what should we do?" No matter how strong one's fist was, it couldn't be more powerful than wealth. They all had extraordinary backgrounds and unique skills. Just because they were born lowly, without a noble to shelter them, they would be trampled on. "Don't cry," Lin Fu comforted everyone with red eyes, "the girl is powerful. She won't let anyone take advantage of her. We will wait here for her to come back. I, Old Lin, will say that if something happens to the girl, I will compensate her with my life and avenge her when I become a ghost." Lin Fu persuaded the two impulsive waiters. At this time, the restaurant was in a mess, but they didn't have the mood to clean it up. It was already midnight, and no one was hungry. They moved to the bottom of the building, casually vacated a few benches, and sat at the door, looking outside. At this time, a slender figure suddenly walked in from outside. When he saw the group of people waiting inside, he stopped for a moment. Under the light, a slight smile appeared on his thin face. "You all know that I am coming back, so you are all waiting here." Everyone was in a daze for a moment, and then someone shouted, "Young master." Little Qing and little Dai were the first to rush over and kneel at the feet of the person, crying, "Young master, quickly save the girl has been taken away." The person who returned late at night was Shui Rui, who rushed back overnight. The two little girls' words were incoherent, and they cried miserably. Shui Rui was confused, but he felt something was wrong. He turned and asked Lin Fu, "What happened? Who was taken away? Was it Ah Shu?" Lin Fu also knelt down and said with an ashamed face, "Miss Lianfang left with the 11th prince." "What?" Shui Rui's voice suddenly became fierce. Lin Fu didn't dare to hide anything, and he quickly explained what happened. In the evening, the 11th prince secretly came to the restaurant with some people. One of them died mysteriously, and he blamed it on us. This lowly one couldn't do anything, so he asked someone to invite the girl over to help him. The 11th prince opened his mouth and demanded us to pay 200,000 taels of silver. Otherwise, he would report us to the authorities and accuse us of murdering the emperor. The girl didn't agree, so the 11th prince forced her to leave with him. He said that as long as the girl was willing to spend a night with him, he would let us go. They even humiliated the girl and said a lot of dirty things. Little Dai rubbed her eyes and interrupted. The girl endured it all, and in the end, she left with them without saying a word. It was all because of us. Gue Lu was ashamed and ashamed. Why are you still talking about this? Young master, quickly take Gue Lu and Gue Qi to chase after them. I think the 11th prince has evil intentions towards the girl. If we're too late, I'm afraid. The cook Shiqing looked at Shui Rui's dark eyes and didn't dare to continue. Crack. A light sound came from his joints. The veins on Shui Rui's forehead were bulging. He turned around and disappeared in front of everyone like the wind. The sound of hooves neighing came from the street, making people's throats tighten. Young master, wait, we'll go too. The two waiters were about to follow, but a figure appeared in front of them and lightly blocked their chests. There's no need for you, I'm enough. Only now did they notice that there was another unfamiliar man that came in with Shui Rui earlier. This person's features were mediocre, and he was around the age of 30. He wasn't tall and seemed to be slightly frail, but the force of his push forcefully caused Gue Lu and Gue Qi, who were both martial artists, to be unable to move, and it seemed as if the person before them wasn't a person but a mountain. Jean Ke blocked them and didn't say much before leaving. Chapter 725. Whoa! Go! Shui Rui swung his horsewhip forcefully and swiftly passed through the streets that were wet after the rain. Splashes of mud bloomed under the horses' hooves and splashed onto the bodies of a few drunkards who were out for a night stroll, causing them to curse. Jinke quickly caught up with him and was half a horse's length behind him. With the wind whistling in his ears, he shouted at him in a low voice, "Little brother, don't panic. We've been riding for a day and this horse can't take your abuse. Besides, where are you going to find people?" Shui Rui looked ahead and turned a deaf ear to Shui Rui, and then he lowered his shoulders and dashed swiftly towards a certain direction. The horse beneath him was truly pitiful. Its legs were trembling, yet it didn't dare slow down under Shui Rui's fierce urging, and it could only wail sorrowfully as it sprinted madly. Jean Ke had no choice but to follow him. They passed through half of Anling City and came to a side street of Songyang. He could vaguely see two lights in front of him and there seemed to be shadows under the lights. Shui Rui galloped forward for a few feet and suddenly stopped. He turned over and jumped down. There was a mansion in front of them. The door was closed and there was no one guarding it. However, there were two people hesitating in front of the door and they were very anxious. Shui Rui strode forward and grabbed one of them and asked, "Where is your master?" Lu Hong suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the person in the dark. He recognized Shui Rui and felt as if he had seen his savior. He didn't have time to be curious about where he came from and hurriedly told him that they had followed Lu Yi's carriage here and lost Yushu. They saw a light outside the door and suspected that Lu Yi and the others had entered the house. They didn't dare to open the door and just paced around outside the door. "Master Shui, do you know where this is?" Shui Rui looked up at the lintel of the door and gripped the whip tightly. His palm was wet and sticky. As it turned out, this was the guest house that Lu Yi stayed in outside the palace. He was not an adult prince, so he did not have the right to be conferred the title of king. In a fit of anger, Emperor Zhao Qing had chased him out of the capital. He could not return to the palace, so the number of places he could stay in the capital could be counted on one hand. The reason why Shui Rui was able to find this place was because he knew that Lu Yi was with Yushu and would not wander around outside. Lu Yi was a pervert at such a young age. The most despicable thing was that he was arrogant and overbearing. No one knew how many girls he had harmed. If it wasn't for his identity as a prince, no one dared to offend him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 pervert in Anling City. Needless to say, it was easy to guess why he brought Yushu here. "How long have you been chasing me?" His voice was low and hoarse, as if he was desperately trying to suppress some kind of emotion. A long time. Lu Hong looked at the frightening expression on Shui Rui's face and couldn't help but take a small step back. Shui Rui turned to Jin Ku and said, "Do me a favor. Climb over the wall and open the door. Do not disturb the people inside." This was the residence of a prince after all. The outer courtyard walls that had been carefully repaired were more than 2 zhang high. There were caltrops buried at the top of the wall. Even those with excellent lightness skills would find it difficult to climb. But to Jin Ku, it was a small matter. He nodded in agreement and retreated without hesitation. Then, under the astonished gazes of Lu Hong and Su Qing, he opened his arms and soared into the sky like a swallow, easily leaping over the high wall and disappearing without a trace. A moment later, the door in front of them creaked open. Shui Rui flashed inside. Lu Hong and Su Qing looked at each other, gritted their teeth and followed in. However, Louis did not have good intentions in bringing Yu Shu back to his residence impatiently. This person, the more he couldn't get what he wanted, the more he couldn't forget. He still remembered half a year ago, when he sneaked into the guest room where Yu Shu was resting and was beaten up. Since then, it became a sore point. He didn't know how many times he secretly swore that he would get her sooner or later. Now that he had the opportunity today, he threw his original plan of blackmailing to the back of his head and only wanted a moment of pleasure. Lu Yi's evil nature was not concealed at all. Yu Shu also saw it. If it was in the past, she would have shed all pretense of cordiality to teach this pervert a lesson. But he hit her soft spot by a stroke of luck. In order to protect the people of Wangji Tower, she could only swallow her anger, beat him at his own game, and tricked him to leave. So now she had entered the wolf's den and became a dish on Lu Yi's plate. On this side, Louis brought Yu Shu to a room filled with incense and asked someone to guard the door. When he turned around, he revealed his true colors. He looked at Yu Shu's tall and well-proportioned figure and snorted, "Since you dare to follow me, you must know what I want from you. Since you dared to follow me here, you must know what I want from you. To tell you the truth, I have seen countless people and have seen all kinds of beauties. Your face can't be considered beautiful, but your muscles and bones are well proportioned, your hips are high, your legs are long, and your lower body is strong. You are 1 in a million. I can tell with one look that when a woman like you is on the bed, you will definitely be ecstatic and very enjoyable. Even if I don't have that 100,000 taels of silver, it is not a loss for me to exchange for your first night." Yu Shu listened to his lewd words. She was so disgusted that she wished she could slap him to death. But in order to protect herself, her expression was cold. When he came near and reached out to grab her, she cleverly stepped sideways to avoid him. She covered her nose with one hand and said in disgust, "What's the smell on your body?" "It stinks." Louis stopped and lifted his sleeve to sniff himself. A sour and fishy smell assailed his nose, like leftovers from the previous night. His expression became distorted. He looked at Yu Shu and hesitated. His obsession with cleanliness made him clench his teeth and walk out. "I don't know which bastard vomited on the stairs. I stepped on it when I went out. Wait for me, I will go and wash it." Louis left and ordered the guards to keep an eye on Yu Shu. They closed the door and windows so tightly that not even a fly or a mosquito could fly out. Yu Shu sat alone under the lamp. She did not intend to open the window. She sent Louis away not to make a last-ditch struggle, but to quietly think about how to escape later. At least Louis was right about one thing. She dared to follow him because she knew what he was thinking. However, that pervert did not know her character and thought that she was a weak woman who could be bullied at will. She sneered silently and touched her bosom to make sure that the thing was still there. She had a plan in her mind. Not long after, Louis came back. She did not know how he took a shower, but his hair was still wet. He wore a cloak outside and took it off as soon as he entered the room. He was only wearing an apricot yellow undergarment. The thin material made it obvious that he was not wearing anything inside. Yushu felt disgusted, so she fixed her eyes on his face and did not pay attention to anything else. Louis saw her sitting there with a cold and arrogant expression. Her clothes were neat and tidy. He could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and his breathing became heavier. "You are so untactful. I have already washed up. Why don't you wait on the bed? Do you want me to carry you over?" "TSK, come, let me." He stepped forward and stretched out his arms. He wanted to hug her, but before he could touch the corner of Yushu's clothes, she threw something out and slapped it on his face. "See." Louis sucked in a breath of cold air. He caught it and held it in his hand. He raised his head and fiercely glared at Yushu, scolding, "You want to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit?" Yushu crossed her arms and raised her chin. "Look at the thing in your hand first. It is not too late to decide whether I want to drink a toast or forfeit." Louis heard this and looked down. He saw that he was holding the weapon that Yushu had used to hit him. It was a wooden booklet with a ginger yellow lacquer cover. There were two small characters written in crane script on the upper left, Kun at the top and booklet at the bottom. Kun booklet. Louis frowned and raised the item in his hand. He disdainfully said, "I thought you had a trump card. Is this it?" "Idiot." Yushu's lips moved. She didn't wait for Louis to become angry because of her scolding and continued, "You only care about your own free and easy life. Did you forget that there is a suffering mother in the palace?" Today was a coincidence. She had gone to the Princess Fu to find Jing Qin to stamp his seal and had brought the Kun booklet with her. As soon as she returned to the Fu, she heard that something had happened at Wang Jilu. She didn't stay for long and directly went there. Louis had asked her to accompany him for a night. She remembered that she had this item on her, so she beat him at his own game. She first tricked him into leaving Wang Jilu and then found an opportunity to escape. Louis was blinded by lust, but he wasn't stupid. He heard the meaning behind Yushu's words and put away his lustful expression. In a deep voice, he asked, "What do you mean? You don't understand." "Fine, I'll be more direct. The item in your hand is next month's Kun booklet. I don't need to explain to you what the Kun booklet is. Did you forget that I am an adjutant at the Kunling Bureau? Dozi Jingchen is the right commander. He is absent all day and all matters, big and small, are handled by me. This Kun booklet was drafted by me alone." She watched as Lu Yi's expression gradually became serious and smiled. "Speaking of which, I once entered the palace to see Consort Xian. Because she treated me gently and amiably, I didn't harm her in the past few months. I even arranged for her bedtime to be between a few unfavored consorts so that the emperor wouldn't be annoyed. The Kun booklet in your hand is not sealed. It still has the official seal of the right commander. You can take a look to see if I'm lying." Louis opened the Kun booklet with a dark expression. As expected, his birth mother consort Xian had bedtime for 2 days and was surrounded by unremarkable consorts and beauties. When he flipped to the last page, it was impressively stamped with a large seal. This Kun booklet was originally to be sent to the palace bureau tomorrow to be delivered to the Empress. However, I've changed my mind. I feel that it's better to draft a new one. Your Highness, what do you think? You're threatening me. Louis raised his voice and glared angrily. Yes, I'm threatening you. Yushu wasn't afraid of him. If he turned hostile, she wouldn't be courteous. She jumped up from her chair and strode in front of him. She snatched the booklet from his hand and raised her head. Her eyes looked down at him and she was even more imposing than him. She raised the Kun booklet high up and said with a face full of malice, "If you dare to touch even a finger of mine today, I will draft a new Kun booklet tomorrow and arrange 2 more good days for Consort Xian to enjoy the treatment of a favored consort." Who knows, the Emperor might, in a fit of anger, grant her the grace to leave the palace to accompany you. A consort that had already fallen out of favor, suddenly enjoying the treatment of a favored consort, would only attract the Emperor's disgust. The Lu family was already suspected by the Emperor. Without Consort Xian as a shield, when the day came when the Lu family collapsed, there wouldn't even be a chance to plead for mercy. Yu Shu's words could not be clearer. Lu Yi's heart trembled as he listened. When he looked at the woman in front of him again, the fire that had been burning earlier had been extinguished by a bucket of cold water. How could he have any lustful thoughts? All that was left was anger and a fear that he didn't want to admit. "I've already said everything that needs to be said. Tell me, should I drink a toast or drink a forfeit?" Yu Shu took the thin booklet and patted Lu Yi's shoulder. Her pats were neither light nor heavy, and there was a hint of mockery and humiliation in them. It was as if she was lecturing an ignorant fool. Lu Yi was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. He held back his anger and his face turned red. He grabbed Yu Shu's wrist and trembled with anger. I let you go now. What will you do?" Yu Shu coldly smiled. "If you let me go, it means that you still have some humanity in you. You still have filial piety in your heart. Naturally, I won't make things difficult for Consort Xian." Lu Yi gritted his teeth and pulled back his arm. He pulled Yu Shu in front of his face and lowered his head to get closer to her. He fiercely threatened, "If I find out that you don't keep your word, I have ways to kill you." Yu Shu frowned and raised a hand to push him away. She didn't expect that Lu Yi would hold her so tightly that she couldn't break free. Instead, under his strength, his collar opened to the sides, revealing his white arms. Right at this moment, a loud sound came from behind them. With a boom, the two of them turned their heads and stared dumbfoundedly at the door that had been kicked open. A foot stretched in, then retracted, and with another boom, the 2 doors fell to the ground with a loud crash. Wood shavings flew and a layer of dust rose. A figure strode in and went straight for Yu Shu and Lu Yi, who were pulling each other. Before they could see who it was, Lu Yi was sent flying with a slap. He screamed and fell to the ground. Chapter 726. Yu Shu knew that Shui Rui would definitely return to the capital, but she did not expect that they would meet under such circumstances. Even though her heart ached, she could not restrain herself from grabbing his arm, which was placed on her shoulder. "Big brother, you're back." Shui Rui lowered his head to look at her. When he broke down the door, he saw Lu Yi's disheveled clothes clinging on to her. In a moment of anger, he did not even think before making a move. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes reddened from the lingering fear. He squeezed her shoulder tightly and said in a low voice, "It's all my fault, causing you to suffer." She had an unyielding personality, but because of him, she had to suffer the oppression of others. She was a lone woman and had to take the risk to run into a wolf's den. Yu Shu shook her head. She didn't feel wronged, nor would she complain about Shui Rui. It couldn't be any better that she was able to see him safe and sound, so she patted his back and consoled him. "I'm fine, it's good that you've returned." Lu Yi lay sprawled on the ground. After recovering from the pain, he opened his eyes and saw the culprit's back facing him, hugging Yu Shu. The 2 of them were not intimate at all, and did not place him in their eyes at all. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Where did this dog thief come from? Where did this bastard come from? Guards, catch him for me. Guards, come quickly." However, no one came to his rescue even after he shouted until his throat was hoarse. Shui Rui turned around and pushed Yu Shu behind him. He coldly looked at the naked 11th prince on the ground and said, "Lu Yi, you sent people to assassinate the imperial envoy. His Majesty has already banished you from the capital, but you did not repent and disobeyed the imperial edict to enter the capital." The lights in the room dimmed. Only then did Lu Yi recognize Shui Rui. At first, he was startled, then strangely shouted, "How could it be you? Didn't you flee to escape punishment?" The Shui family was in trouble, followed by the disappearance of Shui Rui. There were rumors in the capital that eldest young Master Shui had fled to seek refuge. Lu Yi took Shui Rui's words for granted. He had shouted for a long time, but there was no response. His subordinates must have been dealt with by someone else. Lu Yi couldn't help but misunderstand. In the blink of an eye, his expression changed. He pointed at Shui Rui and stammered, You traitor, could it be that you want to take me hostage?" Sneering, Yu Shu looked at the frightened Lu Yi, hating him for thinking of sullying her. She coldly said, "What's the point of holding you hostage? Wouldn't it be better to just kill you?" Shui Rui nodded expressionlessly. "Since he saw me, why don't we just kill him?" Lu Yi's eyes widened. He looked like a chicken that had its neck strangled. His face turned green. He actually took their joke seriously and was scared half to death. His prestige as a prince was completely gone. Yu Shu was about to say a few more words to scare him when Shui Rui walked forward and pulled Lu Yi up from the ground. His slender and powerful fingers spread open and ruthlessly strangled Lu Yi's neck. She jumped in fright and quickly rushed forward. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Shui Rui didn't speak, yet he tightened his grip even more, causing Lu Yi's expression to instantly turn purplish-green. He tried to struggle, yet because of the sudden and swift feeling of suffocation, his entire body was powerless, and his head was dizzy. Terror that blotted out the heavens and the earth assaulted him as he faced the two pitch-black eyes. Yu Shu saw that Lu Yi's eyes were rolling back from Shui Rui's grip and hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Don't. Let go. Let go. Let go. Don't be so anxious." Shui Rui turned his head to glance at her before he released his grip. Lu Yi fell limply onto the ground and burped. He held onto his neck as he gasped for air. After that, he started coughing and his entire body was bent over. Seeing him like this, Yu Shu couldn't help but vent her anger. She waited for him to catch his breath, then kicked his waist and scolded, "Despicable, lowly thing, you deserve to be killed." Taking advantage of the fact that Shui Rui left the capital to extort money from Wang Ji Loft, he sent a few hoodlums to humiliate her in public. Previously, she swallowed her anger in silence in order to escape unscathed. Now that Shui Rui was back, she naturally didn't have to endure it anymore. Lu Yi was scared out of his wits by Shui Rui's grip and thought that he was really going to kill him. Thus, he stopped trying to be brave and stammered, Don't kill me. Cough, cough, I beg you," Shui Rui coldly said, "if I don't kill you today, will you seek revenge on me in the future?" No. Lu Yi choked and shook his head violently. The moment he opened his mouth, he felt a stinging pain. However, he had to say it. "I can swear that I will never seek revenge on you." Shui Rui turned to look at Yu Shu. "You decide whether to kill him or not." Yu Shu did not take his words seriously. She only thought that he was still trying to scare Lu Yi. She had vented her hatred, but she was still a little worried. It would have been fine if Shui Rui did not come tonight, but now that he was here, Lu Yi would make wild guesses. If they turned around, Lu Yi might cause trouble again and accuse Shui Rui of plotting to kill him, a prince. She thought for a while and still had some things to clarify. She asked Lu Yi, "Tell me first. Today, you came to Wang Ji Loft to create trouble. The first thing you asked for was 200,000 taels of silver. Why, Your Highness, are you in need of money?" I'll talk. Louis felt that his life was hanging by a thread. In order to survive, he didn't care about his face anymore. Previously, he was a big bad wolf, but now, he was as obedient as a rabbit. Just as you guessed, Louis was really in need of money. A few months ago, he was chased out of the capital by an imperial edict. After a few days of peace, he couldn't stand the lonely days in the Daoist temple. He sneaked into the capital and enjoyed himself for a few days before returning to the Daoist temple. At first, he was afraid that someone would report him to the emperor. But after a few times, his courage grew. He went to the brothels and looked for women, living a happy life again. 2 months ago, he wandered into a newly opened brothel. Coincidentally, the courtesan of the brothel was looking for a benefactor. He took a fancy to the courtesan's wife and competed with others. In one breath, the price soared to 100,000 taels of silver. In the end, when it was time to take out money, he only had 1,000 taels of silver. Someone thought that he was a troublemaker and wanted to kidnap him to settle the score. Louis had no choice but to use his name, intending to keep the peace. Who would have thought that he was a swindler pretending to be a prince and wanted to send him to the yamen? This was bad. If he wanted to see the yamen, the matter would blow up. If an imperial censor went to report him to the emperor, he would be finished. Fortunately, the courtesan's wife put in a few good words for him and begged the brothel keeper to let him off. Louis was a man after all, so he couldn't avoid the common problem of men. He loved his face. Moreover, his life had been smooth sailing for more than 10 years. When had he ever been saved by a woman? He couldn't take this lying down. The next day, he bought enough money and went to the brothel keeper's house, saying that he wanted to see the courtesan. However, the brothel keeper told him that a rich man had come this morning. When he heard that the courtesan didn't get chosen last night, he happily took out 10,000 taels of silver as a deposit and said that he would come back at night to pick her up. Louis was intercepted by someone, so how could he let the matter rest? When he saw the rich man that night, he waved his hand and gave him 10,000 taels of silver. He told him to take the deposit and scram. The other party refused and they quarreled again. This time, Louis didn't dare to reveal his identity as a prince. The other party wasn't afraid of him either. The stalemate couldn't be resolved and the brothel keeper came up with an idea. Both parties would compete and the highest bidder would win. Louis only had 100,000 taels of silver. How could it be that much? The rich man was generous and threw out 100,000 taels of silver. In addition to the 10,000 taels of silver that he had paid earlier, he easily won. Louis was flustered and exasperated. At this time, the courtesan appeared. She said that compared to the fat rich man, she would rather follow Louis. She took out 50,000 taels of silver and gave it to the brothel keeper. She wanted to leave with him. The rich man didn't have any more silver and left in disappointment. By right, Louis should be satisfied with the return of the courtesan, but he refused. How could he use a woman's money to show off? Furthermore, it was the private savings of a prostitute. Thus, he left the 100,000 taels of silver as a deposit and boasted that he would take her away the next day when he had enough money. This was the problem. Louis had been chased out of the capital and didn't have that much money on him. The 100,000 taels of silver he had was given to him by concubine Lu before the incident. Concubine Lu had told him to buy some belongings outside so that he could build his own residence when he left the palace. Thus, he set his sights on his family. He went to the Lu family's great exchange hall and found his eldest maternal uncle. He found an excuse and deceived him into giving him 50,000 taels of silver. Then, he returned to the brothel and used the money to redeem the courtesan. At this point, Louis's voice was hoarse and out of tune. He pitifully asked for water. Yushu pointed at the table and asked him to pour himself some water. Taking this opportunity, she commented, "So, you used 150,000 taels of silver to redeem the courtesan. Then, when you ran out of money, you came to our brothel to extort money. If Shui Rui wasn't here, she really wanted to poke Lu Yi's head and scold him for being a wastrel. That was 150,000 taels of silver. If it was exchanged for real money, it would be enough to form a small mountain. Lu Yi gulped down a mouthful of water and turned his head to reveal a pickled face. He miserably said, "What do you know? I was cheated by someone. I'm so miserable." It turned out that when he redeemed the courtesan's wife said that she wanted to stay for a day to tidy up her belongings. Lu Yi agreed and did not take her away that day. Instead, he returned to the Taoist temple. 2 days later, he returned to the capital. When he arrived at the brothel, it was empty. There was no sign of the courtesan. Ha, ha ha ha. You deserve it. You deserve it. Yu Shu roared bluntly with laughter, and she inadvertently turned around yet saw Shui Rui seeming to be lost in thought. Who gave you the idea to extort money from Wang Jilu? Shui Rui suddenly asked. Lu Yi blankly repeated, who gave me the idea? I'm asking you. Who taught you to kill people in my territory? Shui Rui asked. Lu Yi was afraid of him. He thought for a moment and said, it was the idea of my eunuch. Did he go with you to Wang Jilu today? No. Lu Yi remembered. That kid had a stomachache before we left, so I didn't bring him along. Shui Rui frowned. He was sure that this eunuch that gave Lu Yi trouble had already vanished without a trace at this moment. Yu Shu could tell that something was up. She did not expose him in front of Lu Yi. She wanted to know what was going on. With a plan in mind, she no longer had any misgivings. She kicked Lu Yi and said, it's fine if I don't kill you, but you have to give me a handle. That way, we won't dare to find trouble with you in the future. Lu Yi glanced at Shui Rui, who was glaring at him like a tiger. He weakly said, speak. What do you want? Chapter 727. Here, I've already written it. Lu Yi reluctantly handed over a statement to Yu Shu, who was supervising him from behind. The uncut piece of paper was densely filled with small words. He personally recounted how he was cheated of a large sum of money in a brothel, how he ran to the Wang Ji Tower for extortion when he was short of money, and how he poisoned a small hooligan to death in his wine. He recounted the whole process of how he was cheated of a large sum of money in a brothel, how he ran to the Wang Ji Tower to extort money, and how he poisoned a small hooligan to death. Finally, he attached a debt note, stating that he had borrowed 100,000 taels of silver from Yu Shu tonight, and that he would return it in the future. One was a confession, and the other was a debt receipt, both of which had 7 or 8 bloody fingerprints on them. It could be considered as a signature, and there was no way to deny it. After Yu Shu checked that there was nothing wrong with it, she passed the confession to Shui Rui and put away the receipt for the debt. Then, she sneered and warned Lu Yi, I'll take it that tonight's matter is over. If I hear even half a rumor outside that's detrimental to my big brother and me, then I'll blame it all on you. I'll first ask my big brother to report you to the imperial court, then I'll take the receipt to the emperor to collect the debt. Do you hear me? Yes, I hear you. Lu Yi said in a muffled voice. Since when had he been so cowardly? He knew that he would not be able to seek revenge on the two of them after he wrote such a thing today. His heart was filled with hatred, but he had no other choice. He could only hope to send these two devils away as soon as possible to preserve his life. Yu Shu and Shui Rui looked at each other. Both of them felt that it was about time, and only then did they let Lu Yi go. They stepped on the broken wood at the entrance and left this damned place. As for how to deal with the aftermath, Lu Yi would think of a way to cover it up. When Yu Shu saw Jean Ku, she finally understood why Shui Rui was able to enter Lu Yi's guest house so quietly. If she had not seen many guards lying on the ground on the way out, it would be really hard for her to imagine that this honest-looking man was actually a top-notch martial arts expert. The three of them met up in a corner of the garden. Jin-ko also took a few extra glances at Yushu, and he was also a little surprised. It turned out that Shui Rui had broken into the prince's mansion to rescue her in a fit of rage for the sake of a beauty. He had thought that he should meet a beautiful young lady, but it turned out that she was a tomboy. He couldn't be blamed for his poor eyesight. It was true that Yushu didn't like to wear dresses or hairpins. She wore her hair in a bun and only drew her eyebrows without drawing her eyes. At first glance, her tall and straight figure did indeed look like a fair and handsome young man. This is Jin-ko, brother Jin. Shui Rui briefly introduced Yushu. He did not hide it from Jin-ko. He held one of Yushu's hands and took her out at night. When they arrived at the front yard, they saw Lu Hong and Su Qing standing guard at the door. Only then did he let go of her and change to a shoulder guard. When the two guards saw that Yushu was unscathed, they were relieved and apologized to her with a face full of shame. "It's our incompetence to protect my lord." Yushu waved her hand and said, "Let's go back first." Then she shared a horse with Shui Rui. The group left in a hurry and hurried back to Wangji Tower. On this side, the people of Wangji Tower were gloomy, but when they saw that Shui Rui had brought Yushu back, they rejoiced for the time being. Everyone had stayed up for half a night, and their stomachs were empty. The cook, Xiu Qing, took care of cooking a large pot of chicken noodle soup and accompanied it with a few side dishes. She scooped a large bowl for Yushu first and carried it upstairs in the backyard. Shui Rui changed downstairs. Axian Lishan took advantage of the chaos to steal a jar of good wine from the kitchen and sneaked into Yushu's room. He saw that she was holding a big bowl of noodles. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. He was so greedy that his stomach was growling. He said sourly, "After a night of torment, there were dead people and kidnappings, but you still have an appetite. TSK, is it delicious?" When the incident happened in the evening, there was a lot of noise in the front. He was burning the elixir in the backyard and did not pay attention to what was happening outside. When he was hungry and came out to look for food, he found that the whole backyard was empty. When he went to the front, everyone was there. Some were crying, some were anxious. After asking, he learned about the cause and effect. "I know that you are brave and careful. Nothing will happen. Come, drink some wine to calm down." Axian Lishan poured a cup of wine for her. Then he took out a small bag from his arms. It was the size of a palm. He put it on the table and pushed it to Yushu. "Here, this is the Tihu incense that you wanted. There are 10 pills inside. You can go back and try it. See if it smells the same as what the Axian family gave you." Yushu said happily, "You really made it. Let me see." She put down the wine cup and opened the bag to take a look. The color and fragrance were the same as what Axian Yi gave her. Except for the shape and size, there was no problem. It seemed that Axian Lishan did not lie. The secret Tihu incense of the Axian family was first made by him. "Thank you, fifth uncle." She kept the bag like a treasure. She would try it tomorrow. If she could really make the imitation Tai Ching cauldron work and she could control the 6 lines mystical technique, then she would thank the heavens. "Don't thank me. I have also benefited from you. I did not give it to you for free." Axian Lishan looked at Yushu. "You borrowed the Zhuge Tong from me. It has been a few days. It is time to return it to me." Yushu laughed dryly. If he did not mention it, she would have forgotten about it. That day, she asked Jing Chen to find out about Titian. She was afraid that he would expose himself, so she borrowed the Zhuge Tong from Axian Lishan. Jing Chen knew that it was Yunhua's legacy and asked for it. She could not bear to reject him, so she gave it to him. That, fifth uncle, I want to discuss something with you. Enchanting said warily, discuss what? Don't tell me you want to keep my treasure. No, listen to my explanation, Yushu said with a bitter face. I borrowed the Zhuge Tong for Jing Chen's emergency. Blame me for speaking too fast. I told him that it was a legacy of Yunhua's son. You also know that the relationship between father and son is not good. This thing is just a memory. When he asked for it, I told him no. This is a gift from your father to fifth uncle Enchanting. I can't make the decision. He begged me to ask you on his behalf. No matter what your request is, as long as you can give him the Zhuge Tong, he will do anything. Of course, what she said was nonsense. She was already prepared to bleed for Jing Chen. She did not expect that after listening to her words, Enchanting became silent. He hugged the wine jar and stared blankly for a while. Sigh. He suddenly sighed, I am sorry to Big Brother Yun. This treasure does not belong to me in the first place. It should be. Forget it, just give it to him. He held the jar and drank a few mouthfuls of wine. He shook his head and walked away. He did not take the opportunity to ask for an exorbitant price from Yushu. Yushu was secretly glad, but at the same time, she felt a little depressed. She knew very well what Enchanting did not say. Zhuge Tong should have been a life-saving item left for his first wife's eldest son. But Enchanting secretly took it for herself. That day when Jing Chen asked her for it, she did not notice that Shui Rui's identity was suspicious. Now that she knew, it was a pity. Why are you frowning? Shui Rui washed up and came to talk to Yushu. When he entered the door, he saw that she was troubled. Yushu looked at him deeply. She saw that his hair was wet and draped over his shoulders. Without saying a word, she went into the house and took a cotton cloth. She stood behind him, wrapped his hair, and wrung it out one strand at a time. When she did not see him, she missed him very much. But when she saw him, she did not know where to start. She had a lot of things on her mind. She wanted to ask him if he was Yunhua's long-lost son, but she was afraid that he would suffer in silence. You. Where have you been all these days? I am so worried. Shui Rui could not see her conflicted expression. He hesitated for a moment and told her, someone tricked me into leaving. They took me to a remote place and locked me up. They did not allow me to return to the capital. It was not far from what Yushu had guessed. She asked curiously, who was it? It was Yunhua. Yushu was stunned. Before she could think further, Shui Rui pressed her hand, took out the cotton cloth, and put it aside. He pulled her to sit beside him. Their eyes met. As they stared at each other, he gradually became calm. Shu, I should not have hidden it from you. The eldest son of Yunhua that you are looking for is me. He hid it from her at first because he was afraid to face it. He hoped that in her heart, he would always be the glorious young master Shui, and not a pitiful person who hid his identity. However, after he confessed to her, he felt indescribably relaxed. When Yushu heard the sudden truth, she was a little dumbfounded. She thought that he would not say it, but he said it so bluntly. Actually, I have guessed it. This time, it was Shui Rui's turn to be nervous. You guessed it. When? Yushu felt his palm was cold. She looked at his face, which had become much thinner these days. Even if she had some complaints, they disappeared. She pursed her lips and said that after he disappeared, she asked Feng Xiaomiao to help her find out who the Suzhou magistrate was in order to ask Yunhua for help. She accidentally learned that the person was Shui Rui's father, which made her guess. Shui Rui could not help but laugh. What a lucky shot. Yushu said unhappily, you're still talking about it. I asked you to help me find someone, and you agreed. You lied to me and said that you sent people to Yang City to find out information, and I foolishly believed you. She was angry when she mentioned it. She loved to lie, but she hated it when people lied to her. She immediately reached out to pinch his waist. Shui Rui had just come out of the shower and was wearing thin clothes. She pinched a piece of his flesh, and he gasped in pain. Hiss, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I also heard from you that Yunhua wanted to find his eldest son and asked you to find the Suzhou magistrate from more than 20 years ago. That's how I found out. I really sent people to Yiyang City to find out the traces left by my biological parents. Did you find anything? Yushu was distracted by him, so she put down her hand and asked him. Shui Rui's eyes were gloomy. Yunhua's original name is Lu Yan, and my biological mother's surname is Han. Yushu understood the look in his eyes and comforted him. I believe that her spirit in heaven will see you grow up safely. She will be able to smile in the underworld when she sees you growing up safely. When Shui Rui heard this, he opened his arms and held her in his arms. There was warmth in his heart, and he had the courage to confide in a low voice. 3 years ago, because of the death of the 10th princess, the Shui family was in chaos. My grandfather made a slip of the tongue and let me know that I was not the flesh and blood of the Shui family. I was adopted by my father when he was away from home, and he raised me as his biological son under my mother's name. I didn't want to believe it, so I went to ask my mother, which made her ill. She scolded me for killing my father and killing my whole family. I was devastated. My grandfather refused to tell me the whereabouts of my biological parents, so I ran away from home. After a few twists and turns, I went to Yang City, and I met you there. He tried to talk about the past as calmly as possible, but Yushu felt sad when she heard it. She reached out and hugged his waist, silently comforting him. She did not expect that he would reveal another unimaginable past. Speaking of this, I still have something to confess to you. Do you remember when you were living in the Ji family's ancestral house as a prostitute? One night, there was a thief in the house, and you rescued a masked man who was injured by a hidden weapon in the garden. That person was me. Chapter 728. It rained yesterday, so it was especially cold this morning. Shui Rui woke up after sleeping for less than 2 hours. Last night, he and Yushu talked all night and didn't go to sleep until the sun rose in the east. From Yushu, he learned that the Shui family's current predicament started from the Imperial Wanted Order. Tracing back to the source, it turned out that Jing Chen remembered the whole story of his assassination and drew the portrait of Su Lei, the second chief steward of the Shui family, which made the Shui family be suspected by the emperor. Not to mention that the emperor became suspicious and wanted to investigate the Shui family to the end. Even Shui Rui thought it was too coincidental. When Jing Chen was in danger, it happened that Su Lei was ordered to go to Yiyang to discuss the marriage with the Ji family, and they were on their way back to the capital. Su Lei was arrested and imprisoned, and then the suspect from Taisher Shuyuan disappeared without a trace. In addition, he was surprised that his grandfather liked a young lady from the right magistrate's mansion. Even if he had an engagement with the 10th princess and couldn't get a good match, he was the eldest son of the Shui family, so he could be a good match. In the end, the marriage was ruined as soon as it was started. Instead, he followed Su Lei Bai to the south and stayed for a few days before leaving for home. Now that he thought about it, it might be a cover. His grandfather asked Su Lei to go to Yiyang to discuss the marriage, but it was unknown if he had another mission. If it was really his grandfather who sent Su Lei to stop Jing Chen from going to the capital, then what he wanted was thought-provoking. Younger brother, are you awake? Jin Ke knocked on the door and woke up Shui Rui, who was in deep thought. He pressed his forehead and went outside to open the door for him. You were busy yesterday. Why didn't you sleep more and get up so early? Jin Ke looked at Shui Rui, who was neatly dressed, paused, and then asked, "Little brother, are you going out?" Ever since Shui Rui guessed Jin Ke's background and Yunhua allowed him to accompany Shui Rui to the capital, he changed the way he addressed Jin Ke. For the past half a month, he had been addressing Jin Ke as Lord Shui. Now, he addressed him as younger brother. Shui Rui didn't care how he tried to get close to him. Shui Rui's attitude towards him was the same as before. Let him follow if he wants to. But he did not ask him about Yunhua. "I want to return to the Prime Minister's residence to report that I am safe. Do you want to follow me?" Shui Rui said. Even if he wasn't allowed to go with him, he would still secretly follow behind him. Of course, of course. Godfather asked me to stay close to you and protect you. Little brother. Why don't we have breakfast first? Shui Rui nodded. He asked someone to come in and set the table for breakfast. While eating, he asked Jin Ke, "Does anyone in the capital know you?" When he returned to the capital this time, there was suddenly one more person by his side. Someone with ulterior motives would definitely ask around. If they found out about Jin Ke's background, they were afraid that there would be more complications. Jin Ke saw that he had finished his bowl of soup and hurriedly took a big spoon to refill his bowl. He said, "Don't be afraid. Every time I go to the capital to work, I always disguise myself. No one will recognize my face. If someone asks, just say that I am a wanderer. You were kidnapped in Fenghua Manor and I saved you." Shui Rui disappeared for no reason, so there must be an explanation. This explanation was barely believable. After they had breakfast, Yu Shu was still sleeping upstairs. Shui Rui didn't allow anyone to wake her up. He called Lin Fu over and gave him some instructions. Someone died last night. Although it wasn't reported to the authorities, the truth couldn't be hidden forever. It was best for the restaurant to temporarily close its doors to avoid trouble. They didn't know how long they would be closed. As soon as Shui Rui left, Lin Fu gathered everyone in Wangji Tower and passed on Shui Rui's instructions. Everyone split up to clean up. Gue Lu brought a few waiters to clean up the upper and lower floors. Lin Fu brought Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai to gather all the valuable decorations together and locked them in the storeroom. Xiuqing ordered the workers to sort out the delicacies in the kitchen. They stored the ones that could be stored and checked out the ones that couldn't be stored for a long time. With this calculation, they had lost at least a few hundred taels of silver. Fortunately, there were still a few days before the next purchase. Otherwise, they would have wasted even more. The busy outside was in full swing. They moved quietly and didn't make much noise. Yu Shu slept in her room under the blanket and didn't show any signs of waking up. 3 days ago, Shui Lingnan entered the palace to persuade Emperor Zhao Qing to faint from anger. He was quietly sent out of the palace and didn't step out of the door. No matter who came to ask, he ignored them all. On this day, he heard a servant hurriedly report that eldest young master had returned home. He wasn't surprised and only calmly ordered the steward beside him to bring him to his study. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the grandfather and grandson met again. After more than 10 days and experiencing many twists and turns, they didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. Shui Lingnan listened to Shui Rui's story of being kidnapped in Fenghua Mansion and being trapped for many days before escaping. He was quite indifferent. "Since you're back, go to the Supreme Court as soon as possible and report to them. It doesn't matter if you don't escape from punishment. It doesn't matter if you lose your position, but don't ruin the reputation of the Shui family because of you." Shui Rui had already learned from Yu Shu that he was suspended from his post. Even if he didn't care about fame and fortune, he still felt a little upset. He was a 2-ranked jinshi and had a clear conscience as the Xiao Qing of the Supreme Court. Although investigating and handling cases was tiring, he never slacked off. He didn't want others to say that he relied on his family background and that he did his best in everything that was within his duty. I'll go find Lord Gua and explain this matter. Shui Rui couldn't tell if Shui Lingnan didn't care about his kidnapping, or if he didn't believe his lies. So he took the initiative to bring it up. As soon as I returned to the capital, I heard that Governor Su was mistaken as a wanted criminal and was arrested by the Supreme Court. My disappearance was also publicized as an escape. Who has ulterior motives and used my disappearance to frame the Shui family? Shui Lingnan sized him up and said, "Who do you think it could be?" Shui Rui met his gaze and said, "That depends on what crime Governor Su committed." No one knew better than Shui Lingnan whether Su Li was innocent or not. Was it Jing Chen who misunderstood, or was Shui Lingnan really plotting something in the dark? Hearing the doubt in his words, Shui Lingnan put on a straight face and said sternly, "We, the Shui family, have been loyal and upright for generations. We wholeheartedly protect the nation. How can we have the intention to rebel against our superiors? There's something fishy about Su Li's arrest and there's still no conclusion. But this old man thinks that the innocent will be innocent. Even if the emperor is temporarily deceived, the truth will be revealed sooner or later. There's no need to worry." Just from his expression and reaction, there was nothing wrong with the old man. It was as if he'd been wronged. Shui Rui lowered his head and said, "Even though that's the case, there are plenty of opportunists in the capital who see where the wind blows. When they see that my family is being suspected, there are those who would seize the opportunity to add insult to injury and create something out of nothing. We have to guard against them. Since I've returned to the capital, I asked grandfather to bring me to the palace to see the emperor. I'll report the truth and the rumors outside will be dispelled." Shui Lingnan frowned and looked troubled. That's how it should be. But the day before yesterday, this old man went to the palace to admonish the emperor. My words offended the emperor. I don't expect to go to the palace to see the emperor in the near future. What's the reason for this? Shui Rui pretended to be surprised. In fact, he'd heard Yushu's report last night. The truth was much more serious than what Shui Lingnan had said. Emperor Zhao Qing fainted from anger. The empress was furious and flared up with Shui Lingnan as the leader of the old officials. Once the emperor woke up, he chased them out of the palace. You haven't been in the capital these days and don't know. The emperor has ordered Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying, to send troops to Dongying. This is not appropriate. In recent years, the Mongols have repeatedly harassed the border cities. It's precisely because of Prince of Dongjing that they don't dare to invade. If Jiang Huaying leads troops and the Mongols invade the pass, once Ningdong city falls, the consequences will be unthinkable. This is the first. The second is that the Jiang family has been guarding the northeast for many years. His Majesty has heard slanderous rumors and misunderstood the Jiang family to be disloyal. Thus, he brought their mother and sister to Anling to impede them. Now, he has ordered Jiang Huaying and Donghua to send troops across the sea. Although the reason is not known to outsiders, Jiang Huaying will not be willing. You were once sworn brothers with him and should know his character. Let me ask you, will he obey or not? Shui Lingnan was agitated and his attitude was overbearing. In the end, he actually asked Shui Rui. He didn't know whether to answer or not. Grandson doesn't know. Humph, Shui Lingnan coldly snorted and said, "You know what you're doing. It's fine if you don't say it." In short, appointing Prince of Dongjing as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Punitive Expedition will cause endless trouble. In order to change His Majesty's mind, I entered the palace with Grand Elder Zhang and Grand Elder Chu to explain the situation. Alas, His Majesty insisted and listened to the sycophants and refused to retract the order. AI. Shui Rui noticed the lingering sound at the end of his words. He raised his eyes and asked, "Who is the sycophant you are talking about?" Although Shui Lingnan was a meticulous official in the court, Unlike Prime Minister Yin, he didn't easily make enemies. It was rare for him to use the term sycophant to describe others. Who else could it be? Previously, when we were discussing who to send to attack Wei country, there were many different opinions in the court. Unexpectedly, during the few days when I was ordered to return home and not attend morning court, the Celestial Commissioner Renchiming submitted a memorial and laid out a bunch of metaphysical theories. He said that they were observing the heavens at night and divining good and bad fortune. He named Prince of Dongjing to lead the army on the Eastern Punitive Expedition. Renchiming is only an adjutant, how could he have come up with such a big idea? It must be Zhu Muzhao who added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. How could Xue Lingnan not know? Seeing that Xue Lingnan was furious, Xue Rui thought for a moment and understood. Just now, the old man said that the innocent would be innocent. Perhaps, in his heart, he blamed the arrest of Su Li and the suspicion of the Xue family on the Celestial Commissioner. On the surface, Su Li was imprisoned in the Supreme Court. In reality, the Emperor handed him over to the Celestial Commissioner for private interrogation. Now, he was locked up in the secret room of the Celestial Commissioner. Even an outsider like Yu Shu could find out about this. How could Xue Lingnan not know about it? The reason why Xue Lingnan sighed was because the Celestial Commissioner was worthy of his reputation as the #1 person in front of the Emperor. His Majesty indeed relied on the Celestial Commissioner. Grandfather, on the other hand, your advice is unpleasant to the ear. Xue Rui explained the current situation in one sentence. Advice was unpleasant to the ear. The Emperor would not listen. With the Celestial Commissioner on the side, Xue Lingnan could forget about stopping the Emperor from dispatching the Prince of Dongjing. Go to the Supreme Court first, Xue Lingnan said. As for the matter of entering the palace, forget it. I will arrange for your second aunt to enter the palace to visit your aunt as soon as possible. She will explain the matter of you being kidnapped. When she sees the Emperor, she will explain. The grandfather and grandson didn't have anything else to say, so Xue Rui sensibly left. In the days that he had been away from home, the people in the Fu were most worried about were Madame Xue and Xue Jinchuan. As soon as he left the main room, he first went to see Xue Jinchuan. After confirming that she had not been neglected while he was away, he returned to his courtyard. He called over the manservant Hotaku and carefully inquired about Madame Xue's current situation. Madame Xue's body was still the same, sometimes good and sometimes bad. The medicine could not be stopped, and the medical treatment could not be stopped. Fortunately, the Xue family had a large business and could afford to support her. Jean Ko followed at his side. When Hotaku left, he asked Xue Rui with a look of surprise, if you're worried about Madame Xue, why don't you go see her? Would you feel relieved if you sent someone to ask? Xue Rui replied, Grandfather doesn't like me to get close to Mother. Without his permission, I cannot go to the rear courtyard to see her. Without Xue Lingnan's permission, he could not go to the rear courtyard to visit his mother. He could only send someone to ask about her. Hearing this, Jean Ko's brows knit together. It seems that the Xue family does not treat my little brother as kindly as I thought. Don't be afraid. If you want to see her, I have a way to help you cross the sea without anyone knowing. Jean Ko patted his chest in assurance. However, Xue Rui shook his head and refused. He did not want to see Madame Xue not only because Xue Lingnan did not allow it, but also because he was afraid to face her. There were some things that could not be explained in a few words. Saying it was useless, so it was better not to say it. After returning to the residence, Xue Rui changed into a set of regular clothes and went to the Supreme Court to ask for forgiveness. When Xue Rui arrived at the Supreme Court, he saw Guo Huaiyan and explained to him how he had been kidnapped in Fanghua Manor. With Jean Ko as a witness, Guo Huaiyan did not criticize him. Instead, he tactfully told him that the emperor was in a fit of anger and that it was not convenient for him to plead for leniency. He told him to go back and wait for news. Seeing that there was no hope of reinstatement, Shui Rui did not reveal any sadness. He respectfully thanked his superior and went to the rear courtyard to pack up some of his personal belongings. After bidding farewell to a few of his colleagues, he pretended to ignore those spying and sympathetic gazes and directly returned to Wangji Tower. After the beginning of winter, it was rare to see a clear day. Today, there was a rare sunny day overhead. Shui Rui entered through the back door and immediately saw Yu Shu lying on a rocking chair in the middle of the courtyard, basking in the sun. She wore a loose blue skirt with a blanket around her waist. She took off her shoes and put on a pair of snow-white socks. She stood on the edge of the chair with her knees bent and her hands behind her head. Her eyelids were closed, and as she rocked back and forth, the light shone on her rosy cheeks, illuminating the haze in his heart. When Yu Shu heard movement, she yawned and opened her eyelids. Turning her head, she saw Shui Rui and grinned, "You're back so early. I thought you would be back at night. How was it? Did you go to the Supreme Court? You didn't lose your position, did you?" Shui Rui shook his head and sighed. "Guadarin can't make the decision. He will still be suspended and investigated. In my opinion, he is not far from being dismissed." Yu Shu jokingly said, "It's good that you are dismissed. It's too tiring for you to be the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court. You have to investigate murder cases every 2 or 3 days. After a long time, your luck will be bad." She bent down to put on her shoes, hugged the blanket and moved out of the rocking chair. She stretched out her hand and said, "Lie here and rest for a while. Bask in the sun and get rid of the mold." Looking at the faint bruises under his eyes, she was too embarrassed to say that her heart ached for him. Shui Rui obediently lay down. The soft cushion on his back made him feel warm. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes and relaxed. Yu Shu stood by his side and watched over him for a while. Seeing that he was about to fall asleep, she shook off the blanket in her hand and gently covered him. Just when she was about to leave, she heard him say, "Ah Shu, do you want to open a de hole?" "Ha." She turned her head and saw his burning eyes looking at her. "I will give you the Wang Ji Lu and open a de hole. How about it?" Chapter 729. People live for either fame or fortune. Who wouldn't be tempted by something as good as fame and fortune? Opening a great exchange hall was indeed a proposal that tempted Yu Shu. Let's put it this way, for a master of changes, becoming a celestial commissioner was a lifelong pursuit, but not every celestial commissioner official had the opportunity to open a great exchange hall. Although there was only a difference of 1 word between a great exchange hall and a great exchange hall, the difference was 1,000 miles. It wasn't difficult for a master of changes to become a master of changes in the Dian examination to open a small great exchange hall. All they had to do was to report to the local authorities. However, to be crowned with the word great, there had to be 2 hard conditions. First, the person who opened the great exchange hall had to be the head of an aristocratic family. To be called an aristocratic family, there had to be at least 6 generations of masters of changes, and they had to be a high-ranking official in the Celestial Commissioner. Second, there had to be 2 great masters of changes in the great exchange hall, and at least 6 masters of changes. Ordinary aristocratic families couldn't afford such a lineup. Only when these 2 hard conditions were met could they apply to the Celestial Commissioner. After a strict examination and official documents were issued, they could then open the doors. If Yu Shu wanted to open a great exchange hall, she couldn't fulfill the first condition. She was the imperial concubine of the Kunling Bureau and could barely be considered a high-ranking official in the Celestial Commissioner, but her father was a short-lived scholar. How could the Yu family gather 6 generations to become an aristocratic family of masters of changes? So when Shui Rui mentioned it like this, Yu Shu examined herself and immediately felt that he was seized by a sudden impulse. Coupled with the fact that the Shui clan was in trouble and the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion was forced to close its doors to avoid disaster, he suddenly had the urge to use the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion for her to set up a barter shop. So she just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Shui Rui saw that she didn't take it seriously, so he didn't rush to discuss it with her. Instead, he sunbathed and thought about the feasibility of this matter as he gradually fell asleep. In the afternoon, people came one after another after hearing the news. First, they heard that the 11th prince had caused a ruckus at the Wangji Tower last night, followed by Lu Jiong, Ruilin, and the others who heard that Shui Rui had returned to the capital. He didn't see Feng Xiaomiao, so he probably went back to the barracks. As soon as Lu Tan saw Shui Rui, he sighed, "This morning, grandfather sent someone to my residence to report that you're safe and sound. He told me that you've been robbed. It's really fortunate that you're able to escape safely. I don't know which group of thieves had the audacity to do this." Shui Rui said, "They covered their faces, I couldn't tell who they were." Unable to get an answer, Lu Tan turned to Yu Shu and said, "Yesterday, 11th younger brother came here to cause trouble. I only heard the news this morning. You're really too strong. Cousin is not here, so you should look for me to make the decision. I heard that you left with 11th younger brother. Did he make things difficult for you?" Yu Shu already had an evaluation of Lu Tan as a fickle and heartless person. At this time, when she heard his belated statement, she just played it down, "Many thanks for your concern, but it was just a false alarm. 11th master was just joking with me. She was lying through her teeth and caused a death, so how could it be a joke?" Lu Tan didn't know how she escaped from Lu Yi's hands, but seeing that she didn't want to explain, it wasn't good to continue asking. After Lu Tan left, not long after, Lu Jiong and the others came, sighing and showing concern. Whether it was fake or not, Yu Shu couldn't tell, but little Ju Yi, Ruilin, said something that made her feel uncomfortable. He said, "When you disappeared, we looked for Miss Lianfang to inquire about your whereabouts, but she didn't know. Rumors were everywhere outside, and we wanted to defend you, but we couldn't do anything." These words, it was not that he didn't trust Shui Rui, but because Yu Shu couldn't say anything, so he just looked on coldly. Yu Shu bluntly said, "This matter is my fault. After you disappeared, they came to find me. Little Ju Yi thought that I knew where you were hiding, but I couldn't answer." Ruilin suddenly felt embarrassed, looked at Shui Rui, and quickly said, "Don't wrongly accuse me, when did I say that brother Rui was hiding? At that time, everyone was present, I clearly asked you where brother Rui went." Yu Shu put on a fake smile, "Maybe I remembered it wrong." Ruilin felt that she was deliberately trying to sow discord, and he was annoyed. When he was about to argue, he heard Prince Xiang's heir Lu Jiong cough and interrupt, "Anyway, it's good that you are fine. In my opinion, we haven't got together for a long time. Why don't we take advantage of today to set up a table and get drunk together? Put aside all the troubles and worries first, brother Rui, what do you think?" With a faint smile on his face, Shui Rui reached out and patted Lu Jiong on the shoulder, nodded and said yes, as if he didn't care about the quarrel between Yu Shu and Ruilin just now. They were a group of men drinking, and Yu Shu didn't like to get involved, so she went upstairs to pack up and left with an excuse. After she left, Lu Jiong joked at the table, "Don't look at the Lotus House as a woman, but she has more business than us men." Ruilin had just been tricked by Yu Shu, and now that he had drunk 2 cups of wine, he couldn't help but mock, "Not only business, she has more troubles, haven't you heard? The second branch of the Yin family complained everywhere. It is said that Miss Lianfang's biological mother was originally a servant of their family. In the past, she had an affair with an examinee who was a guest in the outer courtyard. In the end, she stole the master's property and eloped. Other than Shui Rui, who had just come back last night and didn't know about it, the rest of the people present had heard about this farce. They didn't expect Ruelin to talk so bluntly in front of Shui Rui, so someone immediately winked at him, hoping that he would shut up. Didn't he see that Shui Rui didn't even drink wine? Ruelin acted as if he didn't notice at all and continued, several Yamans have received the complaint and sent people to the Yu residence to arrest Madame Yu. Miss Lianfang didn't buy it and beat the officials away. She refused to go to court no matter what and claimed that it was Second Master Yin who slandered her. This is puzzling. If she didn't have a guilty conscience, why didn't she dare to go to court to confront him? In the end, he even asked Shui Rui, "You're sworn siblings with her, so you ought to know more than outsiders like us." I'm curious, could it be that there's really something that can't be brought to light? Lu Jiong truly couldn't bear listening to this any longer. If it was in the past, Ruelin would never have dared to speak to Shui Rui in such a manner. Wasn't it because he saw that the Shui clan had lost power that he became frivolous? Alright, you talk too much. As a man, you really don't feel ashamed to talk about a girl's family behind her back. Lu Jiong had long disliked Ruelin's virtue of changing the direction of the wind. When Ruelin was in glory, he followed him around and called him brother. When Ruelin was in trouble, he showed a different attitude. Ruelin was rebuked by Lu Jiong and was unhappy. He pulled a long face and said, "I'm asking Brother Rui, is it any of your business?" Lu Jiong fiercely drank a mouthful of wine and sneered, "I don't like you. I don't care what you do. If you don't want to drink, then go away. Don't gossip here." What do you mean? Ruelin became angry out of humiliation. He slammed the table and stood up. How could he bear it when others pointed at his nose and scolded him? Don't you understand what I said? Seeing that the two young and vigorous young people were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, Lu Tan, who pretended to be deaf and mute for a long time, had to open his mouth to persuade them. All right. Don't talk too much. How much hatred can there be between brothers? Why are you so calculative? Sit down, all sit down. Fill up the wine and calm down. Lu Jiong could not give Ruelin face, but he could not give Lu Tan face. Ruelin was the same. The two sat down angrily, but they turned their faces and ignored each other. Lu Tan was helpless. The atmosphere was so tense, how could he still be in the mood to drink? So, he said to Shui Rui, "Cousin, you see, let's go." Shui Rui gently shook the wine glass and looked at them. He was still clear and bright, and he did not show his emotions. "I just returned to the capital and haven't recovered yet. I feel sleepy as soon as I sit down. I'm going to catch up on my sleep. I won't send you off." After that, he left them and left. Lu Jiong felt very aggrieved. Shui Rui was 3 years older than him. Because they were cousins, they were closer to each other. Moreover, he had been following Shui Rui around since he was a child. Every time he did something bad, it was Shui Rui who helped him take the blame. Even when he ate meat for the first time, when he saw blood and fainted for the first time at the age of 13, it was Shui Rui who secretly took him to the south of the city to find a doctor. In his heart, Shui Rui was on par with his own older brother. However, he was unable to help Shui Rui in the slightest when Shui Rui was in a predicament, so how could he not feel depressed in his heart? The few of them left the Wangji Tower one after another. Lin Fu closed the back door and went into the kitchen to bring out a bowl of hangover soup for Shui Rui. Shui Rui was lying on his side on the Luohan couch. He was very sleepy, but he could not sleep. Seeing Lin Fu come in with a bowl and plate, he lazily said, "I didn't drink much. There's no need to sober up. Take it away." Lin Fu retreated to the door and was stopped by him. "How much money is there in the accounts?" Lin Fu quietly reported a number. After a pause, he heard Shui Rui say, "Have Xiao Lu go to Nan Lin wood shop and invite Gui Shu over." Those who started with the word Gue were all loyal servants under Shui Rui. For example, Gue Lu and Gue Qi. The only one he would call Gue Shu was Gue De, the confidant Shui Fu had left for him. After Lin Fu left, Shui Rui got up from the bed. He washed his face with cold water and went to the study next door to plan. After seeing Shui Lingnan, he felt that the future of the Shui family was bleak. Officials that were suspected by the emperor never had a good ending. Furthermore, the Shui family had been prosperous for a long time. They were past their prime and would not be far from their decline. Shui Guifei was favored, but she could not interfere with the court. Lu Tan was ambitious, but he did not have the power and influence that Ning Wang had accumulated for many years. If something happened in the future, he could only protect himself. Xiang Wang was idle. He might speak up for the Shui family, but he would not be able to turn the tide. If he could not retreat in one piece, Shui Lingnan's position as premier would be difficult to maintain. Once he was demoted, the Shui family would not be the same as before. His adoptive father, Shui Zhao, had treated him with great kindness. After all, he grew up under the protection of the Shui family. With such great kindness, he would not stand by and do nothing. Even if he could not turn the tide, he would share weal and woe with them. Only then would he be worthy of being a human. Before the Shui family lost power, he needed to do something for Yushu. Even if he could not protect her in the future, she would not be bullied or tortured by others. Chapter 730. The news of Shui Rui's return to the capital spread in less than 3 days. Someone saw him entering and leaving the Supreme Court in broad daylight. Although he did not wear official robes or ride in a sedan chair, at least he showed his face. It was difficult to confirm the rumors of his escape. In the following half a month, Shui Rui had people spread the news that he had been kidnapped in Fenghua Manor to tea houses, restaurants, and other crowded places. He himself often went in and out of Hangwu Building and other places where high officials and nobles gathered. He was always surrounded by people, and his appearance was full of confidence. He did not look the slightest bit guilty or timid, and he did not look down on himself. On the contrary, it made people remember that 3 years ago, Master Bai of the city of Qing was once a distinguished scholar in Anling. Shui Rui's high-profile actions naturally entered into Yushu's ears. Fortunately, she knew Shui Rui's character and didn't arouse suspicion, and she only knew that he surely had his reasons for doing this. As expected, after half a month, the direction of the wind in the capital changed. Previously, it was said that the Shui family had disloyal intentions. Now, it was said that someone saw that noble consort Shui was pregnant and hated the Shui family's prosperity, so they set up a trap to frame her. The most obvious result was that there were people in court who dared to speak up for Shui Lingnan. Perhaps Shui Rui's action sent a signal and gave the right minister's people confidence. One day, 13 officials with important positions wrote a joint petition, begging the emperor to show mercy and allow Shui Lingnan to return to court. Between the lines, they all said that Prime Minister Shui was the pillar of the country and the backbone of the emperor. They also hinted at a muddle-headed emperor of the previous dynasty who mistakenly killed a loyal official on a non-existent charge. There was a great suspicion that the emperor was not willing to pardon Shui Lingnan because he trusted his trusted subordinates far away from the virtuous officials. Emperor Zhao Qing had been on the throne for 14 years and did not have any great achievements that could compare to the brilliance of his ancestors. To be honest, he had been a rather mediocre emperor. At best, he had done nothing. But Emperor Zhao Qing did not want to be like this. He wanted to be like the other wise emperors in the history of the Yin dynasty. He wanted to expand the territory or reform the law to benefit the people and become an emperor whose name would go down in history. Unfortunately, he had the will but not the strength, so he was especially concerned about what the officials thought of him. He read the document asking for Shui Lingnan's pardon over and over again, and threw it into the corner several times, only to have someone pick it up again. He did not want these officials who were trying to coerce him with soft words to get what they wanted, but he also did not want to prove that he was the incapable ruler that they had written about. Because of this, he agonized over it for half a day, and then he quietly sent someone to announce the great commandment to the palace. No one knew what the two of them talked about, but the next day at court, Emperor Zhao Qing mentioned Shui Lingnan in a seemingly unintentional manner. He said that it had been a while since he had seen Shui Lingnan and that he missed him. He did not mention that there had been people who had written a joint petition on Shui Lingnan's behalf the day before. With one sentence, he summoned Shui Lingnan to the palace for a chat. On the third day, people once again saw the figure of the right minister in the court. After court, Shui Lingnan and a few of his old friends agreed to play chess at the lookout pavilion the next day. When he returned to the manor, he had someone bring Shui Rui in front of him. "You did well this time, but in the end, you acted on your own and did not discuss it with me. Remember, this is the only time. There will not be a next time." It was rare that Shui Lingnan was not so serious today. In reality, he was in a good mood, otherwise he would not have chosen to meet him at the Sunset Plum Pavilion. After Shui Rui returned to the capital, every single move Shui Rui made was carried out under his watch, and he didn't interfere, yet never had he imagined that Shui Rui would be able to influence public opinion in such a short period of time. Moreover, Shui Rui had incited all the ministers to jointly submit a petition on his behalf, forcing the emperor to have no choice but to make a stand and allow him to return to the imperial court. Grandfather's teachings are correct, grandson will remember. Shui Rui did not claim credit or become arrogant. Everything he did was to repay the debt he owed, and also to repay the Shui family for their protection over the years. "In 2 days, I will go ask for a grace for you, and let you resume your position." Shui Lingnan looked at him meaningfully. "Don't be idle for a few days, and then revert to your old ways. Don't be like those hedonistic sons, loitering around flowers and not doing proper work." The position of Vice Minister of the Supreme Court was, after all, very useful. It would be a pity to give it up. Grandson understands. 3 years ago, after tearing away the shameful cloth of his identity, when facing the old man, Shui Rui always listened respectfully, not like a grandfather and grandson, but like a superior and subordinate. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Shui Rui walked out of the Sunset Plum Pavilion, slowly releasing a breath. When Shui Lingnan returned to court, he could meet the emperor. It would not be difficult to help him restore his position. It was not that he did not want to give up his position, but there was a matter on his mind. He must return to the Supreme Court to solve it. When he walked down the winding corridor, Shui Rui saw his attendant, Bao De, standing under the nearby doorway and sticking his head out to look around. With a single glance, it was obvious that Bao De was waiting for him, so Shui Rui gestured for Bao De to come over. "What is it?" Hadaku reported in a low voice. "Old Lin sent someone to deliver a message, saying that there is a girl with the surname Jiang waiting for you at Wangji Lu." Shui Rui frowned, thought for a moment, and then ordered, "Have old Chui prepare a carriage." Jiang Mia must have a request for him at this time to find him. An hour later, Shui Rui saw Jiang Mia at Wangji Lu. She had obviously disguised herself. She wore a gray coarse robe, her hair was tied up in a high bun, and her face was smeared with a layer of pot ash. She held a bamboo hat in her hand, and there was a bamboo basket on a shoulder pole at her feet. Anyone who saw her appearance would not be able to recognize that this was the young princess of Dongjing Wangfu. "I heard that you were kidnapped before." Jiang Mia saw Shui Rui coming in from outside and quickly got up. She subconsciously rubbed her cheeks with the back of her hand, wiping off a lump of black dirt. Her eyebrows were tied in a dead knot, and she said gloomily, "After your accident, I looked for you everywhere, but I couldn't find your whereabouts. Later, when I learned that you were back, I wanted to see you, but the prince's mansion was full of spies." I was afraid that I would cause you more trouble, so I only found an opportunity to come out today. After hesitating for a moment, she said hesitantly, "You should know that the Emperor wants to force my brother to go overseas, so he has kept my mother and me under strict surveillance." Shui Rui sighed inwardly. Emperor Zhao Qing's intention was very obvious. He chose this time to let Lord Dongjing go to Japan, so he planned to make a move against the Jiang family. Lord Dongjing's family had been guarding the border for generations, and they had been trembling with fear until today. Finally, they had reached the limit of the emperor's tolerance. If they looked into it, it was not surprising. In history, there had not been an emperor who could tolerate a vassal king who had a higher prestige among the people than he did, and whose military power threatened the court. "I know everything. Sit down first before we speak." Shui Rui sat down opposite her and lifted up a cup of tea to moisten his throat. Recently, he'd been drinking too much every day, causing the heat in his liver to be exuberant, and he had a lot of phlegm that was difficult to swallow. If he didn't drink a few more mouthfuls of tea, his throat would be sore when he spoke. It was rare for Jiang Qia to be obedient, so she sat back down and did not argue with Shui Rui. Before she came, she was still worried that Shui Rui would blame her for the matter of Yu Shu and her imperial brother being a good match. When she saw his good expression, she finally felt relieved and dared to continue speaking. "I know very well what the Emperor is thinking. He is angry because of my brother's recent accumulation of troops. He thinks that my Jiang family is planning to raise troops and rebel. It is ridiculous. Few people know that my brother has sent secret memorials to the capital several times, speaking of the troubles in the north and asking the Emperor to send troops to drive away the Tatars. However, the Emperor did not listen. He is afraid that after my brother expands the territory, he will make great achievements and it will be even harder to shake my Jiang family." She spoke indignantly. It was obvious that she had been dissatisfied with Emperor Zhao Qing for a long time and did not have the slightest bit of respect. She could not detect it herself, but Shui Rui understood. From her performance alone, he could see that the Jiang family's heart had been raised. From the perspective of the ruler of a country, Emperor Zhao Qing's actions could not be said to be right or wrong. If the Jiang family really had ambitions, then killing him in advance was not wrong. However, if the Jiang family did not have the intention to rebel and was forced into a corner, it was possible that they would rebel. Shui Rui had heard her indignant words, but he did not join her in despising the imperial court. Instead, he asked her, "Does Madame Wei know that you came to find me?" Jiang Ye nodded and suddenly became hesitant. "Actually, I came to find you today because I have something to ask of you." Shui Rui immediately understood, but he heard her say hesitantly, "Do you have a way to help us leave Anling?" Shui Rui did not answer. Jiang Ye looked at him anxiously. "I know it is difficult for you, but mother and I really have no other way. A few days ago, my brother sent us a letter by pigeon and asked us to ask you for help if we have nowhere else to go." In reality, Jiang Huaying flew over from Ningdong City and the first sentence on the letter was, pleading Zixin to leave Anling as soon as possible. To prevent the letter from being exposed, he deliberately used Shui Rui's previous alias, Chao Zixin. It must be said that he trusted Shui Rui's character very much by entrusting it to his closest relative. Shui Rui was Jiang Huaying's brother after all, and he had witnessed Jiang Huaying's unyielding temperament, so how could he not understand what Jiang Huaying meant? If Madame Wei and Jiang Mia were to leave Anling and return to Ningdong City, Jiang Huaying would no longer have any restraints, and he would be able to go all out and even defy the imperial decree. Let me think about it." Shui Rui rubbed his forehead and got up to get some fresh air outside. Jiang Huaying had really given him a difficult problem. Regardless of whether he had a way to send Madame Jiang and her daughter away, if he did not care about them, they would still try every possible way to leave the capital. Once they were discovered by others, they would not be able to escape. On the contrary, if he arranged for them to leave the capital, it would be no different from deceiving the emperor. If there was a day when the Jiang family rebelled, he would inevitably be held responsible. To go through water and tread on fire for the sake of brotherhood, or to be loyal to the emperor and betray the country, it was difficult for him to choose. Jiang Ye looked at his hesitant back and felt apprehensive. She walked forward and raised her hand in the air. She wanted to pat his shoulder and tell him that it was fine if he was in a difficult situation. However, when she thought of her mother's warning before she left, her hand fell again. Second brother. She called out in a low voice. Logically speaking, when Shui Rui and her imperial brother became sworn brothers, her imperial brother would request her to acknowledge Shui Rui as her brother. However, she felt uncomfortable in her heart, and she had always been unwilling. She insisted on calling him Shui Daolong over and over again in order to appear different. Think about it carefully. I have been out for too long today and must return. I will come find you in 3 days. After saying that, she was afraid that he would say something to reject her, so she hurriedly put on her bamboo hat to cover her face and left through the back door with her shoulder pole. Shui Rui watched as her figure disappeared behind the door, but in the end, he didn't call out to her. He just stood in the courtyard until dusk. The 2 doors were pushed open once again, and Yushu entered while stepping on the orange-red glow. As soon as she saw him, she smiled. They had not seen each other for half a month. Now that she saw him, it was as if she had encountered something good. Even her footsteps became lighter. Chapter 731. Shui Rui told Yushu everything about Jiang Mia's visit in the afternoon. There were times when he couldn't make up his mind, and she was the only person he could confide in without any worries. I was wondering why you looked so worried. So it turns out that trouble has come knocking on your door. Yushu didn't like Jiang Mia, and she didn't care about the Jiang family's matters either. However, it was a different matter when it involved Shui Rui. You just want to help them, but you're afraid of causing a huge disaster. She saw through his thoughts with a single glance. Shui Rui nodded. Madame Wei isn't an ordinary woman. Even if I'm not willing to help her, she will still scheme to escape. However, this is easier said than done. If they fail to escape, His Majesty will definitely not let them off. How can I just sit and watch? However, if you help them escape from the capital, Prince of Dongjing won't have anything to worry about, and he might rebel in the future. At that time, the country will be in chaos, and you will become a sinner. Yushu continued. Shui Rui smiled bitterly. Jiang Huaying and I are bosom buddies, and I know his character very well. In the beginning, he was willing to send Madame Wei and Jiang Mia to the capital to show his loyalty to His Majesty. At that time, he definitely didn't have any intention of rebelling. However, His Majesty actually used the Jiang family's mother and daughter to force him onto a path of no return. With his wisdom and bravery, there will definitely be chaos if he rebels in the future. This sounded like a dead end. If he didn't help Prince of Dongjing, the Jiang family might be finished, but if he helped Prince of Dongjing, he might become a sinner for all eternity. Since ancient times, it was difficult to be loyal and righteous, and this was probably the situation. Yushu didn't have a good impression of the Jiang family, and similarly, she didn't have any sense of belonging to the imperial court. Therefore, Shui Rui was a difficult problem, but for her, there was nothing to worry about. Then let me ask you, do you have a way to let the Jiang family's mother and daughter leave the capital safely? Shui Rui answered honestly, I am 70% sure. Yushu smiled and said, then it's easy. You don't have to be so stubborn. Since you're in a dilemma, it's wrong to help or not to help. Why don't you ask Heaven's will and let me do you a divination to see if you should help? When he first heard her idea, Shui Rui did not know whether to laugh or cry. But when he thought about it carefully, it was a good way to make a decision. Didn't mortals seek divination because they were worried about their future? Alright, I'll listen to you. Yu Shu and Shui Rui went back to the house on Baochong Street. She needed to use the 6 lines to calculate for him, and she needed to use the fake Tai Ching cauldrons burning Dahui incense. She took these 2 treasures back home and didn't dare to put them anywhere. After entering the main door, Yu Shu saw Zhou Hu and a few servants cleaning the living room from afar. She then glanced at the splashed water from the east side of the flower pond and immediately knew what was going on. The girl is back. Zhou Hu jogged forward, and when he saw Shui Rui who was traveling with her, he greeted him repeatedly. However, because Yu Shu didn't say anything, he didn't mention that there were officials coming to ask for her again today. Yu Shu walked to the backyard with Shui Rui. She did not say anything, but Shui Rui had to ask. Is Yin Zhorong still reporting you everywhere? He first heard it from Ruilin, and then later asked Yu Shu for details. Seeing that she did not care, he did not ask for help, but only secretly planned for her. Yu Shu sneered and said, "Let him report as he pleases. As long as my mother does not go to court, no matter how much evidence he has, it is useless." It was difficult for a commoner to report an official, but it was not easy for an official to report an official. She and Yin Zhorong were of the same rank. He could only use the normal channels to request that Aunt Chui be brought to trial, but she could use a loophole in the judicial system. The De-en-law stipulated that having an escaped slave and eloping was a serious crime, but the De-en-law also stated that those who had an identity card were good citizens. The parents of officials of 5th rank and above did not have to go to court, unless all 3 departments tried them together. This meant that Aunt Chui had the right to refuse to go to court, unless it was tried by the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Censorate. Yin Zhorong did not have the face to gather all 3 departments to stand up for him. The second branch of the Yin family insisted that Aunt Chui was their family's escaped slave, but Yu Shu had already gone through noble consort Shui to apply for an identity card for Aunt Chui in the Ministry of Revenue. So whenever an official came to ask for her, she could beat them all out without hesitation. This method was a little rogue, but who could say that she was wrong? Shui Rui saw her shrewd face and did not ask any more questions. He followed her to the study in the North Palace and waited for her to return to her room to change her clothes. He took out the small blue stove, washed his hands, and burned some incense. The 4 chapters of the 6 trigrams, affairs of the country, natural and man-made disasters, good or bad future, marriage and harmony. The things that Shui Rui wanted to ask could be counted as natural and man-made disasters, or it could also be counted as family, country, and the world. The former Xiaoi was Shui Rui's birthday, month, and day, as well as the age of the sister of the person he was helping. The latter Xiaoi was the zodiac sign of the person he was helping, and the birthday of the person's father. Fortunately, Shui Rui could answer all of these Yaoi, otherwise Yu Shu would not be able to get a hexagram. From asking to arranging the hexagram, to calculating the details, 1 pill of Tishio incense was only enough for her to calculate 1 hexagram. For Shui Rui, she was not stingy. She used 2 pills to calculate the result. Yu Shu only explained to Shui Rui under his inquisitive gaze, the first divination is to obtain the fortune of one's wife. The divination of one's future is to be smooth, while the divination of one's choice is to seek benevolence. According to the matter you're asking about, you should help the mother and daughter of the Jiang family to leave the capital city. Shui Rui's face became serious unconsciously. What about the second hexagram? Yu Shu's fingers moved on the paper, and she hesitated. The second hexagram is the Yao I for your brother. The divination of you is a tribulation. Those who are tribulation should value friendship and avoid greed. The divination of those who ask for help is a great kindness. From the hexagram, if you are worried about the world, you should help Lord Dongjing to get out of trouble. After she finished speaking, she was puzzled. Helping Lord Dongjing to get out of trouble was actually a good thing for the country and the people. She even suspected that she had miscalculated. She looked at Shui Rui's surprised eyes and touched her nose in embarrassment. She reached out to open the incense burner and said, "Why don't I calculate it again?" Although she had the Tihu incense, she couldn't calculate it 100% accurately. No need, Shui Rui already had a conclusion in his heart after he got her 2 hexagram. He pressed Yushu's hand and said, "When I became sworn brothers with Lord Dongjing, I swore to the heaven and earth that we would share blessings and misfortunes together. If you want me to break my promise, I can't do it." Hearing his statement, Yushu blinked and slowly curled up the corner of her mouth. "Big brother, if you have thought it through, then just do it. As a man, there are things that he should do and things that he shouldn't. I like your temperament of valuing friendship and promises." It was great that the person she liked was a true gentleman who kept his promise. Shui Rui suddenly heard her confession and couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but pinch her soft palm and replied softly, "My heart is the same." He also loved her character of valuing friendship and self-improvement. It could be said that the reason why the two of them could be in love with each other was not only because of fate, but more importantly, because they were compatible. If he was a fickle villain, or if she was a weak woman, they would not be able to be together. Yushu helped Shui Rui solve a problem, so she didn't care about how he would save Madame Wei and Jiang Mia. Instead, she thought of another person, Situ Qinglan. At Madame Wei's birthday banquet, Situ Qinglan won the limelight. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Everyone had their own fate, and Yushu wouldn't interfere with other people's futures, so she didn't say anything. But now, she felt that it was necessary to remind Situ Qinglan and persuade her to give up on the idea. They were friends, so she couldn't just watch her jump into the fire pit. It should be known that in the eyes of others, Prince Dongjing's mansion was still in the glorious past. So, at noon the next day, Yushu took some time to go to Taisher Library to find Situ Qinglan. "What kind of wind is blowing today? You actually have time to visit me." Situ Qinglan was very surprised by Yushu's visit. At this time, all the students in the library had gone to eat, and she was the only one who stayed in Su Shuitang to clean. Yushu looked around and asked her, "Why are you sweeping the floor? Where are the servants?" She was a female disguise master, so why did she do such rough work? "Ah, don't mention it." Situ Qinglan sighed while holding the broom. "Not long ago, one night, a group of Yulin royal guards broke into the library and searched inside and outside. I don't know why they kidnapped all the servants in the library. The academicians forbade us to talk about this in private. If I hadn't stayed over at night, I wouldn't have known about it. No one cleaned the lecture hall, so it was a mess in a few days. So, I had to do it myself." Yushu thought of the missing suspect mentioned by Jing Qin. The Yulin royal guards wouldn't break into Taisher Library without permission. They must be under the emperor's order to arrest people and track down clues. "Wait for me, I'll be done soon." Situ Qinglan quickly put the things in one place and went to the back of the room to wash her hands. After a while, she saw someone coming out with a stack of books and smiled at her apologetically. "I almost forgot that I have to go to the library to return these books. It turns out that Uncle Qin, who is responsible for taking care of these books, has returned to his hometown." Yushu's heart moved. "Is Uncle Qin the old servant I always see in the library? The one with a little bad hearing?" "Yes." Yushu felt a little scared. She had seen that old servant more than once. If he was the murderer of the 2 female students, she was really lucky. They walked to Jianhan Building while talking about trivial things. Yushu hadn't seen Xe and Lu for a long time. According to Situ Qinglan's tone, Xe and Lu didn't come to Taisher Library recently. It seemed that he had something else to do. There were 4 libraries in Taisher Library, and Jianhan Building was only one of them. Because the servants were all taken away and there was a lack of people to take care of it, the academicians temporarily closed the library. Situ Qinglong got the door key from her grandfather and took Yushu to the second floor. It was quiet everywhere and there was no one around. It was a good place to talk about something private. When she put down the things and came out, Yushu said, "Do you know that the emperor sent Lord of Dongjing to attack Japan?" Situ Qinglong was stunned and nodded hesitantly. "What do you think about it?" Yushu couldn't rashly tell her, "Don't dream about being Princess Dongjing anymore. The Jiang family is going to be in big trouble. Maybe they will become traitors in the future. The glory and wealth you think is actually a fire pit." Situ Qinglong was a smart person. She understood the meaning of Yushu's words. She wasn't surprised that Yushu could see through her mind. But she didn't know what to do. She just kept silent. Yushu shook her head slowly and said, "I shouldn't have said this." The emperor was afraid of the power of the Jiang family, so he detained Madame Wei and Commandery Princess Jiang in the capital to threaten Lord of Dongjing to go overseas. "It's dangerous here. It's enough to overthrow the Jiang family. Lord of Dongjing may not be willing to walk into the trap." Situ Qinglong suddenly raised her head and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. If Lord of Dongjing was not willing to walk into the trap, then... She didn't dare to think about it anymore. "I'm telling you. It's good that you know what to do. Qinglong, calm down and make a plan. I'll go back first. If you need anything, come to the Celestial Commissioner." Yushu patted her on the shoulder and went downstairs. Chapter 732. In the blink of an eye, it was the middle of November. Yushu's court dress was ready. She wore a green and red brocade satin top with wide sleeves, lined with a white lined jacket. She had a green jade belt, a pair of tall silver boots, a black tasseled boxing crown, a fish talisman, and a silver necklace inlaid with 5 colored gems. Yushu tried it on her upper body. It was really handsome. Her hands and legs were long, and they could support such a stylish dress. It was cold, and she wore a cotton padded shirt and trousers inside, but she was still as tall and straight as a green bamboo. The court dress was usually more grand than the official dress and the regular dress. The iris flower patch on the shoulder was also decorated with pearls and colorful jade. When standing in a bright place, it would shine, and it was very beautiful. The court dress of female officials had been followed for 300 years. Probably influenced by Empress Ningzhen, the style was eclectic. It not only had to be powerful, but also took into account the fashion of women. Yushu looked in the mirror and felt very satisfied. She wore this heavy dress and walked around the room. In the end, she felt bored and ran to Zhao Hui to show off. Zhao Hui was in the eastern room, asking old Madame He for some needlework tips. As soon as she saw Yushu Qing walk in, her eyes widened. She had never seen such a splendid outfit before and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Old Madame He was more knowledgeable than her. She squinted her eyes and said, "This is the dress that can only be worn when meeting the emperor. Good child, come closer and let Grandma see it." Yushu answered with a smile and walked in front of the old lady so that she could look at it easily. Old Madame He took her hand and gently touched the patterns on her sleeves, afraid that she would break them if she used too much strength. After looking at Yushu from top to bottom, she said with satisfaction, "You're so beautiful. Your godfather's great-grandfather was a famous doctor in the capital a few decades ago. The late emperor made him a high-ranking official in the court of imperial physicians. He was a 4th-rank official. There's a portrait of the old man in the He family's ancestral home. The old man was wearing the clothes of a high-ranking official and a black hat on his head, just like what you're wearing now. The He family was a real family of Xinglin, so Yushu was very relieved to let Yu Xiaoxiu learn medicine from He Fangji. In the future, she didn't expect him to be promoted and rich, but at least he wouldn't be a nobody. Old Madam he recalled the past for a while and talked about many old things intermittently. Zhao Hui and Yu Shu both listened carefully and no one interrupted. After all, Old Madam he was old. After the excitement passed, she looked tired. Zhao Hui helped her lie down in the inner room and covered her with the quilt. She left and called Yu Shu to talk in the next room. A few days ago, your uncle came over and told me some things. I didn't get a chance to ask you since you were too busy to visit home. Zhao Hui pressed Yu Shu to sit down on the low couch, helped her smooth the wrinkles of her clothes, and put on a serious expression. Yu Shu said, "Go ahead and ask. What can we not say to each other?" Zhao Hui nodded and leaned close to her. She lowered her voice. "I heard from your uncle that young Master Shue's family is in trouble. It is said that someone slandered the Shue family for rebellion." Yu Shu thought, Shui Rui's movement is big enough. Even Zhao Hui, a woman in the backyard, knows that the Shue family has been wronged. I'm just a woman. I don't understand these things, but I do know that rebellion is a crime punishable by death. Zhao Hui looked a little scared. You and young Master Shui are sworn siblings. If something happens to his family, you won't be implicated, right? Everyone has selfishness. Yu Shu is like a daughter to Zhao Hui, but Shui Rui is just an outsider to Zhao Hui. So when she heard that the Shui family was in trouble, the first thing she worried about was whether Yu Shu would be harmed. She didn't have the idea of going through thick and thin with them. Yu Shu was thoughtful. She smiled and said, "Mother also knows about rebellion and the execution of 9 relatives." What is the meaning of 9 relatives? 4 relatives of the father's family, 3 relatives of the mother's family, and 2 relatives of the wife's family are called 9 relatives. Sworn siblings do not belong to this list. Moreover, since they are wronged, there is nothing to be afraid of. The current emperor is wise. He will never listen to the slander of villains and persecute loyal people. The last sentence was to comfort Zhao Hui. Fortunately, Zhao Hui was open-minded. She was relieved after listening to her explanation. Yu Shu returned to the room in a new court dress. Her mood was completely different from before. Since Shui Rui returned to the capital, they had met in private several times. There was a question that she had never asked, whether the Shui family had the intention to rebel. If they didn't, she would thank God. If they did, God would make a big joke. Whether Lord Dongjing would rebel or not had little to do with her. But if the Shui family wanted to rebel, she had to take it seriously. Thinking about it carefully, there were only 2 ways for an official to rebel. One was to gather troops and establish himself as the king, and the other was to support the new emperor to kill the old emperor. If Lord Dongjing wanted to rebel, he would definitely choose the former. If the Shui family wanted to rebel, they could only choose the second way. The new emperor that the Shui family wanted to support would undoubtedly choose Lu Tan, who was the daughter of noble consort Shui. So what was the motive of the Shui family to rebel? If Emperor Zhao Qing made Lu Tan the crown prince, there was no need for the Shui family to rebel at all. Unless Shui Lingnan had long been sure that Lu Tan could not be the crown prince. How could the Shui family be sure that Emperor Zhao Qing would not make Lu Tan the crown prince? Because Shui Lingnan also knew the existence of the Book of Mystery Fairies. Did he know the secret of the disaster? Yunhua said that without the Book of Mystery Fairies' 6 wrens, the future crown prince could not be divined. Could it be that Shui Lingnan knew that the Book of Mystery Fairies' 6 wrens was lost? So, he thought that as long as the Graydon calamity disappeared or the person who broke his life died, he could control the situation. If these speculations of hers were true, then the murderer of Taisher Shuyuan was most likely sent by the Shui family to kill the person who broke the life. In other words, Shui Lingnan wanted to kill her. Yu Shu's assumptions were clear. The more questions she had, the more frightened she was. She didn't dare to ask Rui for confirmation. It was not because she was worried that those terrible speculations would come true, but she didn't want to make things difficult for Rui. Just like Jiang Mia, who asked Rui to choose between righteousness and loyalty, she didn't want Rui to choose between love and the kindness of raising her. She couldn't possibly ask Rui face to face, "Your grandfather wants to kill me, what do you plan to do?" Some words could not be taken back after they were said. She would rather play dumb and not expose him. Moreover, in her mind, Rui was worthy of trust. She believed that he would give her an explanation sooner or later without her asking. On the second day after receiving the court dress, the great advisor brought Yushu to Taishi Tower to give her some instructions. He mainly explained to her the process of participating in the morning court. There was no need for him to personally instruct her on such a small matter, but he had always been fond of Yushu. Yushu would not be grateful for his special care, because she knew very well that in the eyes of her immediate superior, she was just a tool named the person who broke the life. Coming out of Taishi Tower, Yushu met someone on the way. "You knew you," Axayanya asked her with a smile, "where are you going?" "Oh, Lady Axayan," Yushu stopped and pointed to the south, "the great advisor called me over to talk." Axayanya nodded knowingly and said, "If nothing goes wrong, you will be attending the morning court on the first day of next month, right?" "Yes." Yushu didn't like to deal with this old fox. It had been 4 months since their last private meeting. In order to ask her to predict Yunhua's life and death, Axayanya took out the imitation Tai Ching cauldron to tempt her and tried to use Tihu incense to tie her down. She guessed that this old fox couldn't help but wait for a few days when she didn't take the initiative to look for him. As expected, Axayanya followed the topic of the morning court and led in another direction. "My identity will be different when I attend the morning court. It won't be as leisurely as it is now. First, I will have more social contacts, and second, I will have to work hard to share my burden. You see, shouldn't you take advantage of the fact that you are not busy to do what you promised me as soon as possible?" With Axian Lishan, Yushu had solved the need for Tihu incense. Naturally, she didn't need to keep Axayanya in suspense anymore. So she pretended to pat her forehead and said, "Oh, look at my memory. The result of what you asked me to do was already out last month, but you didn't ask me. I thought you weren't in a hurry to know, so I didn't rush to look for you to fulfill it. After that, I got busy and forgot about it." Sorry, your mother," Axayanya scolded in his heart. Who said he wasn't in a hurry? He was so anxious that he almost died. If it wasn't because he wanted to wait for her to finish using Tihu incense and beg him, he wouldn't have had to hide from her for so many days. There's a result. That's great. I just got some good tea the day before yesterday. Why don't you come back with me to the house later? We can sit down and enjoy the tea and slowly talk about it. Axayanya was able to keep his composure. He knew that this was not the place to talk. Yushu looked troubled. "But I have to go buy some tools this afternoon. I've used up all the turtle shells and ambergris at home." Axayanya quietly gritted his teeth but pretended to be generous. "It's not worth much. The Axayan family's great shop doesn't lack anything. Why do you need to make a trip? Come back with me. I'll get someone to prepare a set of white-headed turtle shells and a box of high-quality ambergris for you to take with you when you leave." Yushu whispered, "But I've always bought turtle shells that are more than 50 years old." A 50-year-old white-headed turtle shell was priceless. Usually, it could only be sold for 300 taels. A set of 12 shells would be 3,600 taels. And that didn't include the ambergris. "Forget it. I'll go buy it myself," Yushu said considerately. "Lady Axian, let's talk another day." He turned to leave. Axayanya hurriedly blocked his way. He forced a smile and said amiably, "Isn't it just a 50-year-old turtle shell? It's not that rare. I'll get someone to choose it. It'll save you the trouble of running around." Yushu said embarrassedly, "How can I do that? I've made you spend money." "I'll thank Lady Axian then." "Ha ha. This little bastard who took advantage of the situation. Then when you're leaving, get someone to inform me at the Kunling Bureau. I'll go back first." Yushu waved her sleeves at him in a relaxed manner. Only a bastard would not take advantage of an opportunity. Moreover, Axianya was such a despicable person. At the bottom of it all, it was Axianya's fault for stealing the precious Shuga Tong that Yunhua had given to Axian Lishan. This indirectly caused Shui Rui's birth mother, Madame Han, to not be able to escape the Celestial Commissioner's pursuit and eventually lose her life. Chapter 733. When Yushu came out of the Axian family's mansion, the sky had just turned dark. Su Qing and Lu Hong followed closely behind, holding 2 big boxes in their hands. These were the thank you gifts that Axianya gave her. On the 6th of June, she showed her death-sealing technique at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, which shocked the 12 families. Some people coveted her skills, and some people tried to recruit her to be the signboard of the Dai shop, but she rejected them all. Axianya repeatedly showed her goodwill, and even used a replica of the Tai Ching cauldron as a trade in exchange for her divination of the life and death of a few people. The first person was a man born in the year of Axianyu. Axianya probably did not expect that Yushu would coincidentally guess that the original identity of this, Mr. Axianyu, was Yunhua's son. Yunhua did not die at all. Axianya was very sure that she had seen him in person, but she did not tell Axianya the truth. Instead, she made up a very credible story based on what happened 20 years ago. She told Axianya, "You asked me to divine that you have wealth but no life to enjoy it. In the first month of the 13th year of Baotai, because of a villain, your relatives died, and there were signs of separation. In fact, at the end of the 12th year of Baotai, Yunhua sent Zhuge Tong to Axian Lishan, but Axianya intercepted it and hid it. In the first month of the 13th year of Baotai, Yunhua's first wife, Madame Han, did a divination and knew that his wife had died, and his eldest son was missing. Axianya had a guilty conscience, so she believed it immediately. She said, in the 2nd month, there was a fire, and he did not die. In the 4th month, he lost his wife. In the 6th month, he died. He died in a foreign land. Yunhua told her personally that when he heard the bad news of Madame Han's death, he set fire to the Celestial Commissioner, stole the Book of Mystery Maiden, and fled the capital city. The late emperor and the previous emperor had concealed the fact that Yunhua had stolen the treasure and escaped. Princess Liue had passed away after giving birth to Jingqin. After she died, the palace announced to the public that Yunhua had sacrificed his son for the princess, and the 2 of them were buried together in the princess mausoleum. Yushu was an expert in lying. After Axianya heard the results of Yushu's divination, she would definitely fill in the blanks on her own. Even if she was not 100% convinced, there was still a 99% chance that she was telling the truth. After leaving the Axian family, Yushu turned around and went to the Wangji Tower. She had managed to scare Axianya, but she still owed Axian Lishan an explanation. Both father and son were very concerned about the truth of Yunhua's death in the past. Wangji Lu had been closed for several days, and the restaurant in front was not open for business. Lin Fu fired a few of the hired waiters and vegetable washers, and the rest of the people became idle. Axian Lishan still refused to leave, treating this place as his refuge. After 2 months, he also realized that the waiters and servants in this restaurant were all skilled in martial arts. One of them could take on 3 people, so he was not afraid that Axianya would find out where he was and come to arrest him. Yushu finds Li Shan on the balcony of the third floor. He successfully extracted Tihu incense half a month ago. In exchange, Yushu allows him to visit the feng shui pool on the top floor. Li Shan is an out-and-out scholar. She heard from Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing that he can squat in front of the feng shui pool without eating or drinking for 2 days and 2 nights to write and draw. On such a cold day, he actually made a mattress on the balcony, just so that when the sun rises, he can be the first to see the changes in the feng shui pool. Fifth uncle, I have calculated the result of the matter that you entrusted to me. As soon as Yushu opens her mouth, Li Shan, who was lying lazily on the side of the patio, immediately got up and offered a seat to her. Sit down and talk, sit down and talk. Okay. Yushu can deceive Xenia with a clear conscience, but she can't bear to deceive Li Shan. Back then, he was deceived by his father and missed the task that Yunhua entrusted to him. He inadvertently became a villain. However, after many years, he found out the truth and resolutely broke off the relationship between father and son with Xenia, giving up a bright future and a rich family. The dignified first rank of Dayan rankings, a third-class great changer, and a celestial commissioner, but he is willing to conceal his identity and be a common man. Such a responsible fifth uncle Xian is a real man. Even if he knows that Yunhua is still alive, he will not leak it out. Facing Li Shan's eyes full of expectations, she did not keep him in suspense and told him directly, the person that you want me to calculate, he is not dead. Li Shan's eyes widened, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. He grabbed Yushu's arm with a little excitement and asked, if he is not dead, then he is still alive. You didn't make a mistake, right? Yushu did not care about his doubt of her, but told him with certainty, yes, that person is still alive. Then, she repeated what she said to Xenia, except that the last sentence, he died in a foreign land, died a violent death, was changed to, his lifespan is not up, he is still alive. For a moment, she saw tears glistening in Li Shan's eyes, and thought that she saw it wrong. When he turned his head to wipe his face, she realized that he was really crying. Li Shan's shrewdness was not inferior to his father's, but at this time, he forgot to hide his emotions. As he wiped his tears, he kept saying, great, great, he is not dead, he is not dead. Between him and Xenia, one hoped that Yunhua was alive, and the other hoped that Yunhua was dead. Yushu watched this scene coldly from the side. She thought that if she were Yunhua, she would probably forgive Li Shan, but she would never let Xenia go. At the end of the month, there was finally a good news that made people excited. Shui Rui was reinstated. This confused people who thought that the Shui family was going to fall. In this generation of the Shui family, Shui Rui was the only outstanding one among the descendants, and he was undoubtedly going to inherit Shui Lingnan's mantle in the future. Previously, Emperor Zhao Qing had personally asked about Shui Rui's disappearance and ordered him to be suspended from his post for investigation. Everyone saw this as a sign that the Shui family was going to be demoted. Now, not only had Shui Lingnan returned to the court, but Shui Rui had also returned to the Supreme Court. Emperor Zhao Qing's action was thought-provoking. Most people felt that the Shui family was innocent victims, and now that they were cleared of suspicion, Emperor Zhao Qing would naturally be lenient. However, a few people noticed a detail. The cause of the whole incident, the Shui family's chief who was wanted by the emperor, had not been released yet. In any case, the Shui family's courtyard was bustling again these days, and it was not as quiet as it was half a month ago. When Yushu got the news, she immediately asked Zhou Hu to prepare a congratulatory gift and send it to the right minister's residence. She was wary of Shui Lingnan, so she did not go in person. But the next day, she went to the Supreme Court. The guards all recognized this young lady and let her pass. Yushu walked to the backyard with familiarity. On the way, she also saw some officials playing chess and drinking tea in the warm pavilion. It was very leisurely, but when she found Shui, she saw another scene. Two writing tables were facing each other, and stacks of files and legal books were placed on top of them. There was only an empty corner where brush and ink were placed. Shui sat at the edge of this corner, and the petty official and the registrar stood on both sides of him. They kept passing files into his hands, and after he finished reading one, they would find another one. If they had any doubts, they would search for the legal books on the table. Yushu stood under the window and looked in for a while. She found that Shui did not notice her at all, so she had to clear her throat and call out to him. "Why are you here?" Shui was a little happy to see her. He put down his writing brush, told his subordinates, and walked out the door. "You asked Hotaku to send me a letter yesterday, and I know that you have returned to the Supreme Court. Of course, I have to come and see." Yushu raised her chin towards the room and said, "How did I know that you are so busy? It seems that I came at the wrong time." Shui shook his head and said, "I have been idle for a month, and many official matters have been delayed. The local authorities are waiting for the Supreme Court's warrant and approval. If I do not solve it quickly, it will pile up until next month, and I don't know how many unjust and false cases will occur." In the blink of an eye, it was already Li Dong. He was wearing a cotton coat, but Yushu saw that there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Not only did she feel sorry for him, but she also complained, "When you were suspended, there was no one to defend you, and yet you have the nerve to pile up all these official matters. When you come back, I will push all of them to you. You are not the only Xiaoqing in the Supreme Court. On my way here, I have seen people who are so idle, but other than you, are they all dead people?" When she was angry, her mouth was unforgiving. Shui laughed involuntarily. If they were not in the yamen, he could not help but pinch her angry face. "What are you laughing at?" Yushu glared at him. "You have such a good temper, and you let others bully you for nothing." Shui pulled her along and walked a few steps further away so that the bystanders would not hear their conversation and gossip again. Today was different from the past. Even though he had returned to the Supreme Court, his power and influence were not as great as before. It was just that his heart was not here, and he did not care. "When you were in Kunling Bureau, didn't Jingchen also do nothing and push everything to you? Do you feel wronged?" he asked. "How is that the same?" Yushu rolled her eyes and said, "He delegated power to me. The more I do, the more power I have. You are busy, but you do not get any benefits." As an official in the Supreme Court, one was either clean and uncorrupted, offending people everywhere, or smooth and slick, with a body full of small braids. Shui was clearly the former. He was smart, but not worldly. He was probably the only clean person in the yamen. "How can that be?" Shui smiled faintly and said, "I get benefits, it's just that you can't see it." Yushu snorted coldly and was too lazy to argue with him. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and covered his forehead. Her tone was not so gentle as she said, "No matter how busy you are not allowed to stay up late. The weather is cold, and it is hard to recover from an illness." A cold fragrance assailed his nostrils. Shui suddenly felt his mind clear. He caught her handkerchief, and did not bear to wipe his sweat. He folded it twice and put it in his chest. He did not feel embarrassed at all. Yushu saw him hide her handkerchief in front of her and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could not ask him for it back. "There is something I forgot to tell you," she mentioned. "On the 1st of next month, I will be able to enter the palace for court. It will be just in time for you to resume your position and be my companion." Shui smiled and said, "I know. I will go pick you up that morning. Don't oversleep." The morning court began at 7 a.m. The civil and military officials had to rush to the palace gates before 7 a.m. and wait for the morning bell to enter the palace. Regardless of whether it was day of the month, whether it was windy or rainy, they had to stand outside for 2 hours. Those who were late and those who were absent would be recorded by the censors in charge of inspection. So whenever there was a court meeting, the officials would wake up in the middle of the night to wash up and leave before dawn. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.